timely. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference holds particular significance for Tangaza University because it is life itself. Religion shapes values, rituals, identities, social relationships, and cultural expressions. It influences how communities understand themselves and how they engage with contemporary realities. And in a rapidly changing world marked by globalization, migration, urbanization, digital technologies, especially in the times of AI, and cultural transformation, these interactions between religion and culture deserve careful examination and thoughtful reflection. And that is, in my understanding, what this conference is all about and why it is important and timely. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference holds particular significance for Tangaza University because it speaks directly to our vision and mission. The mission of Tangaza University is to form servant leaders for the church and society through quality teaching, research, innovation, and service. At the heart of servant leadership is the ability to engage critically with the realities that shape our world while remaining committed to the common good. The issues under discussion during this conference, faith, power, knowledge, gender, culture, justice, and social transformation, are precisely the issues that future leaders must understand if they are to serve effectively in the church and society. Our continent needs leaders who are intellectually competent, ethically grounded, spiritually mature, and socially engaged. It needs leaders capable of navigating complexity without losing sight of human dignity. It needs leaders who can foster dialogue across differences, challenge injustices where it exists, and build communities characterized by solidarity and hope. Through conferences such as this one, we contribute to the formation of such servant leaders. This gathering also reflects our vision of becoming a center of excellence in academic scholarship, research, and community engagement in a dynamically changing world. It promotes academic excellence by bringing together distinguished scholars, researchers, practitioners, and students from diverse disciplines and contexts to engage in rigorous intellectual exchange. I appreciate the presence of Professor Maura, Philomena, and Professor Getui, and their contribution in this conference and in this regard. It advances research excellence by encouraging new investigations into some of the most pressing questions facing African societies today. Universities fulfill their mission not only by preserving knowledge, but also by generating new knowledge capable of addressing contemporary challenges. This conference strengthens community engagement by ensuring that our scholarly work remains connected to the lived realities of individuals and communities. The themes explored in this conference are not merely theoretical concerns. They touch the lives of families, churches, educational institutions, policymakers, and communities throughout Africa. By engaging these issues, we affirm that scholarship must ultimately serve society and contribute to the promotion of justice, peace, and human flourishing. Indeed, the phrase, "in a dynamically changing world," is especially relevant. Africa today is experiencing profound transformations in policies, economics, technology, culture, and religion. New opportunities emerge alongside new challenges. And as institutions of higher learning, we are called not merely to react to these changes, but to understand them, interpret them, and help shape them responsibly. And this requires serious scholarship, meaningful dialogue, and a commitment to truth. Pope Francis frequently reminded universities that they are called to become laboratories of dialogue and hope. Pope Leo XIV has recently been emphasizing the same. In a world often marked by polarization, misunderstanding, and fragmentation, academic institutions have the responsibility of creating spaces where differences can be engaged respectfully and where knowledge serves the cause of human dignity and the common good. It is my hope, therefore, that this conference will be such a space where diverse perspectives encounter one another in mutual respect, where difficult questions are explored with courage and intellectual honesty, where new partnerships are formed, and where innovative ideas emerge that will contribute to the future of Africa and the global academic community. Before concluding, I wish to express my heartfelt appreciation to the organizing committee, our partner institutions, sponsors, keynote speakers, moderators, presenters, and all participants whose dedication and commitment have made this conference possible. Academic gatherings of this nature require immense efforts, collaboration, and vision, and we are deeply grateful to all who have contributed to its success. As we begin our reflection and dialogue, may our discussions be insightful, our exchanges enriching, and our collaboration fruitful. May this conference deepen our understanding of the complex role of faith in Africa and inspire new pathways towards justice, inclusion, knowledge creation, and social transformation. And with these few words, I warmly welcome you to Tangaza University and wish you a successful and enriching conference. Thank you for your presence, and may God bless our deliberations.
Just give a handful clap. Thank you very much, Professor Mwanya, our Vice Chancellor, Tangaza University College, Tangaza University. I'll go for confession for saying college, no worry. And thank you very much for encouraging us. And he has called us to say that this gathering is bringing us unity together, and it's academic and also for the practitioners. And we pray that we continue listening to each other as we continue during the course of the day. Thank you, and also for availing yourself. I would like also now to invite the keynote speaker for our day today, Professor Mary Kitui. Professor Mary Kitui, within her short bio, she has done a lot within the country and all over the world. She comes from the Catholic University at present. She's a professor in Department of Religious Studies at the Catholic University, where she has also held the position of the Director, Quality Assurance. Previously, she was based at Kenyatta University, KU, where she served in various capacities: Chairperson, Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies, Director, Board of Undergraduate Studies, and Dean, School of Humanity and Social Sciences. In both Kwea and KU, Professor Mary Kitui has acted as Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics. She has published widely on religion, education, culture, family, gender, peace, and health. Currently, research interests are on the interface between religion, contemporary issues, In 2009, Professor Kitui was conferred Moran of the Burning Spear, MBS. Congratulations, belated congratulations also, which is one of the Kenyan's highest award given by the president in recognition of distinguished public service. The same year to 2015, Professor Kitui served as the chair, National AIDS Control Council. She continues to be a member of several public and community initiatives, including current chair, African Early Childhood Network. In 2012, Professor Kitui was awarded honorary degree Human Letters by the St. DePaul University in Chicago, US. Fall semester 2023, Professor Kitui held position of scholars in residence, Center for African Studies, Disquinitz University in Pittsburgh, US. Professor Kitui, we are happy to have you today, and some of us to see you physically. We see you sometimes online. You are most welcome to give us your keynote speech.
Good morning. How are you today? Can you affirm your neighbor in one way or another? Because we are all wonderfully and beautifully made by God. Just affirm your neighbor one way or another. You're the one who is sitting next to them, so see what you can tell them that boosts their spirit this morning. Okay, thank you very much. That's one way of warming us socially. It's a rather chilly morning, but we thank God that we are alive. I'm truly grateful, Father Innocent and your team, for the welcome and invitation to be here. And thank you very much for the prayer, and Vice Chancellor. One would think that you saw my paper, but we didn't meet, so I think when you see emphasis, it is how heavy or how important an issue is. And all those that have worked behind the scenes, the various partners that have made it possible for us to be here. This morning, I want to talk about religion in Africa. Is it a foe or is it a friend? And I'd like you to pause a little bit and see how that relates to you personally. Is religion a friend or is it an enemy, a foe? We're going to just share a few thoughts on the theme. We want to look at ambivalence. What does it mean in relation to what we are doing here today? Then we look at the faces and faces of faith in Africa. Then we look at power. We look at knowledge. We look at gender dynamics. Then we look at other ambivalent faith-related issues in Africa. Ambivalence is the psychological state of experiencing simultaneously conflicting feelings, beliefs, or reactions towards a person, an object, or a situation. It also means holding both negative and positive attitudes at the same time, and often this leads to uncertainty or indecisiveness. And I want to say that ambivalence is a human reality, and faith makes it even more complex. Because when we are talking about faith, we are talking about allegiance to a higher being. And it's Augustine who said, our hearts are restless until they find peace or rest in you. So if you find yourself in an ambivalent situation, I think it's part of human reality, And then, because we are of the theme that we are handling, then we will remember that there's allegiance we have to a higher being than ourselves. Now, let's look at the faces and faces of faith in Africa. The first one is African traditional religion or religions, because there is controversy whether we should say religion or religions, but this is a reality in our experience on the continent. Then Christianity in all its forms, the mainline churches, the African instituted churches, and I'm glad my friend, my colleague, Professor Mwaura is here. She has done a lot of work on African instituted churches. And then the ministries. I saw Dr. Samita walk in. There's a time we worked together and with Professor Mwaura at Kenyatta University. It wasn't a joke, but something to keep us thinking that if you want to be rich, start a church. Ministries. When we discuss with my students, we ask, what name can we give it so that it can attract people? Helicopter ministries. Why helicopter? Because it will give you a high, you know? Ministries. That's the reality of religion or of faith in Africa. Then we have Islam, and thank you very much, our brother here. Then we have the Near East and Eastern religions. And we also have atheism, because if we are talking about belief systems, then whether they lean onto recognition of the supreme being or the higher being, they are still in our midst. Many years back, we had a conference in Kenyatta University in 1999. We were looking at the religious scene in Eastern Africa. And a whole volume was produced analyzing the reality of religion in Eastern Africa and which can apply across the continent. And the reason I used faces and faces is because there is transformation that goes on. African traditional religion, the belief and the practice is not the same all through. Indeed, we can see Christianity in itself has got all these faces as well. Time does not allow us to go into more details on those, but I think it's important for us to make that recognition. And then I want to pose a question. What is the distinction between faith and religion? Is there a difference? And later, we are also going to ask, what about spirituality? Are they the same? And then what does syncretism and religious tourism imply? Because in Africa, we have been labeled as practicing syncretism and religious tourism. Today, I'm a Seventh-day Adventist. Then tomorrow, I turn to my African traditional religion. And I'm also curious about what is going on in Islam. So what does this say about us? Does it mean that there's a deep search in ourselves? And when we have this syncretism and tourism, then perhaps we need to neutralize this ambivalence. And the question I'm asking, and here we are at an institution run by the Catholic Church, is enculturation a message that the root or the foundation is African culture and African religion? The central part, we may be practicing these other faith traditions, but the emphasis we are having on enculturation now, could it be that we can be professing these other faiths, but bottom line is that we owe allegiance to our culture and our roots. Let's look at power. We talk about power, it spells the image or images of big, control of resources, and for those of us from Kenya, it means serikali, government. Positive and at the same time negative. Professor Mwanya, you referred to this, the ambivalence of power. Democracy is the rule by the people. Are you democratic? I like also bringing this down to ourselves. Power, democracy is the rule by the people, for the people. Is this the case? How much control do we have over ourselves? Allow me to draw examples from Kenya because this is our context. Right now, there's unrest in our schools, in our high schools, our secondary schools. And yesterday, I was listening to somebody talking about it and who said that we need to get it into our young people that whatever they are doing, burning of the schools or destroying of property, including, unfortunately, loss of colleagues' lives, is it a way of trying to exercise power? And that the bottom line is to exercise power on ourselves. I don't know whether I'm communicating that if we are not in control of ourselves, then there are very many things that will go wrong. And so our question is, how is power manifested in the faith traditions, in the faith institutions, and in the people of faith? I keep referring to Thabo Mbeki. My students could know this. Thabo Mbeki is saying that many of the problems of power and governance that we have in Africa is because we have lost our roots as Africans. And so there should be a crusade for African Renaissance. And so when we're talking about power, then we are going again back to our roots. And in Africa, there's a narrow difference between culture and religion. Number 4, we want to talk about knowledge. That knowledge is awareness, is when you have an understanding. How much do you know? I was reading something where young people or children, I'm a grandmother, look at the adults as all-knowing. And sometimes if you give an impression that you don't know, it kind of bruises their confidence. So knowledge is understanding and is awareness. So how much do we know? How much do we understand? And we know that faith agents are some of the key sources and transmitters or agents of knowledge. And here where we are is such an institution. And the Vice Chancellor talked about those 3 pillars of a university: teaching, learning, community service. But some critical questions arise, including what is knowledge? How is it transmitted and for what purpose? Our teacher, Professor Mwaura, Samita, Professor Mugambi almost in every presentation he makes, he raises this question: what is the distinction between being learned, being educated, and being schooled? Again, personally, are you schooled? Are you educated? Or are you learned? My mother could see those who have gone to school. You have a certificate, you have a paper, and probably you have a title. And she could say, it looks like this really does not make a person. Look at our elder here in the village. They seem like they are doing better. They seem to have values. So I'm challenging ourselves, African Academy of Religions. Are we assisting? Are we mentoring for being learned, for being educated, or for being schooled? Then what are the challenges of knowledge being acted upon or being practiced? What we know, do we practice it? And thank you. The two speakers before me have already talked about issues of peace on our continent. We know many things, but do we practice them? Father Innocent, we are doing so many things together. We know these things, but then when we do our researches, there is a question whether, how come that which we know, we do not practice it? Then how does indoctrination gain precedence or credibility for that matter? Towards our end, we're going to ask, what is it that pushes our people to cults? And it doesn't matter their level of being schooled. I don't know whether to say being educated, but their level of being schooled. Then what are the challenges of AI? Again, it was mentioned earlier, for faith and for faith in Africa. And more importantly, for personhood. There's fear that AI is going to kill our thinking, it's going to kill our brains. And yet, God has made us that we may be useful to ourselves, we may be useful to society. And if we lose personhood, then what is left of us? Next, we want to look at gender dynamics. Gender is the relationship, interaction, and power structures between men and women, which are shaped by culture, history, including faith and religious beliefs. The ambivalence on this gender dynamics is influenced and informed by the contemporary realities, such as the girl-child crusade. There's fear that in the process of promoting the space of the girl-child, the boy-child is being disadvantaged. Yesterday I was in a gathering, and there was the question of marriage and family are going through challenges. And somebody said, of course, that is expected, because the girl child has been empowered at the expense of the boy child. Our teacher, William Ocheng, wrote an article a few years ago, and where he said that the girls of today have got alligator eyes. They look at you and they send fear into you and into your system. I'm not sure whether we all agree with that. Another factor contributing to this ambivalence is feminism, human rights. My choice, my right. When we talk about issues of gender, religion, and faith in Africa, I cannot avoid referring to Masiamba Oduyoye, who has done a lot for women, religion, and culture in Africa. And she says that for a bird to fly, this is an Akan proverb, it needs two wings. And for society to move, we need both men and women. And yet we see ambivalence in this, that we are trying to promote, and at the same time, it looks like we are going backwards. I want to raise other ambivalent faith-related issues in Africa. John Mbiti has said that Africans are notoriously religious. And I want to ask, what parameters do we use to say that, or to agree with this statement that Africans are notoriously religious? Same John Mbiti has said way back in 1969 that Africa is the dumping heap, not leap, I'm sorry, is the dumping heap of religions. Is that negative or is it positive? Just the same way about being notoriously religious. Dumping heap. We know what dump sites are about. Laurent Magesa has written a book on African spirituality, what is not sacred. He says everything in Africa is sacred. And he echoes John Mbiti, who says there's a very narrow distinction between that which is sacred and that which is profane. Is this reflected in our day-to-day lives, what is not sacred? Then we have interreligious, interdenominational conflicts. If religion should be playing a positive role in the society, then why do we have these conflicts? Across the continent, maybe more in some areas than in others, but when we talk about Africa and religion, we cannot ignore the conflict. I mentioned this earlier, manifestations of religious tourism. Why do we jump from one to the other? Why is it in a family you find that we profess different faith traditions? Is it healthy or is it unhealthy? Is religion friend or is religion foe? And what I mentioned earlier, that religion, and especially Christianity, is a thriving industry. It's a thriving enterprise. So is it run for faith reasons or is it for commercial reasons? Then religion-related tragedies such as Shakahola. Kenyans could understand this. Maybe 500, maybe more, people who are lured to death in the name of religion. And there's fear that that is just a tip of the iceberg, there's a lot that is going on, and that's where an issue I raised earlier comes in again, indoctrination. The other one is whether allegiance to a higher being is friendship or is it escapism? Do we escape or do we ignore or do we play games in the name of God? Many years back, I think it was 1984, there was a book, In God's Name. I don't know how many of us read that book, but do we escape and say God is responsible? Is the wide and growing menu of religions a quench of the hunger, or is it an appetizer? Now, what parameters should govern the relationship between faith agencies and other key institutions in the society? We're talking about ambivalence, issues of health, issues of environment, issues of technology. The other concern is growth in numbers, adhering to religion, or a reflection of inner convictions, or just a veneer. In Kenya, 82%, generally 82% are Christian. Is it by my name Mary, or is religion a veneer? I think, yeah, something like this. You know, it's covered, it's shiny and it's nice. I've seen some of the carpenters at work. They cover a lot of bad things inside. Could we say that of religion? So is it a friend or is it a foe? And as we come towards the end, we want to ask, does the academic study of religion or approach to religion contribute to friendship or to enmity? And generally, the academy, what difference does it make for those of us who are in this space today, who've got an opportunity and a privilege of exposure, of being people of faith? Does it make a difference? Or I commend all the time one course that is offered in many of our universities, creative and critical thinking. How can we apply this in the academic space, in issues of faith, so that we have a better society? And my last question is, could faith and spirituality be the panacea to the contemporary societal reality in Africa, to the realization of personhood? We could call it Ubuntu, we could call it community, we could call it the cyclic way of life. But for me, as we talk about all these issues that are part of our theme, I hope that we leave this place being challenged and being shaped on the issue of personhood of ourselves and contributing to the personhood of others. Thank you very much for your attention.
Give her another clap. Professor, thank you very much for what you have shared. You left us with 6 points, very important points. And when we get the notes, we shall be able to reflect on them. And there's an African proverb that says, till the lion learns to write, his story will always glorify the hunter. Till the lion learns to write, his story will always glorify the hunter. We have people here that are helping us to write our story because we want to glorify our story, not to give the story to the hunters. So we thank them very much, and we give the 3 of them a good clap before they go to find their seats. So thank you very much, Dr. Shomali, Professor Mwanya, Professor Kitui. You may now have the seats there, and we keep on thanking our online partners. We are moving on very well. Thank you very much. Have your seat, then we can. Thank you very much for all you have shared. Now, I would like also to have finished the key element of our first morning, but we are coming to the first session of our conference. And our first session of our conference is going to be led by and chaired by Professor Philomena Njeri Mwaura. And Professor Philomena Njeri Mwaura, we'd like to welcome you to sit in front, and we are very privileged to have you. Whilst Professor Mwaura is getting to her seat, Professor Njeri Mwaura is currently at Kenyatta University in Kenya. She teaches in the Philosophy and Religious Studies Department, Kenyatta University. She is a former director of the Center of Gender, Equity, and Empowerment in the same university. Professor Mwaura is also a former president of the International Association for Mission Studies and a former coordinator of Theology Commission Africa region of the Ecumenical Association of the Third World Theologian, EATWOT, EATWOT. Since 2021, Professor Mwaura has been a member of Methodological Committee for World Forum for Theology and Liberation. She is also a member of Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians and chairperson of the Board of Collaborative Center for Gender and Department, Kenya. Professor has taught and published a lot of various aspects of Africa Christianity books and articles, Africa Catholicism, New Religious Movement, Pentecostal and Charismatic Movement, Churches, Gender and Theology, Gender and Religion in Public Life. She has done a lot. You can find her works online. Professor Mwaura, we welcome you to lead us in this session, Religion, Social and Culture Dynamic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sister Jane, and thank you very much, everyone, for being in this conference and also about to listen to an online presentation of 3 members of the Viriad team, that is the virtual exchanges in Euro-African religious dialogue. Yeah. So we have 3 people from 3 scholars, renowned scholars. From one is Professor Ilaria from Fushire, the Foundation for the Study of Religious Sciences in Bologna, Italy. And then we shall have Professor Zolani Sakuba, University of KwaZulu-Natal, and then Dr. Francis Zangirai, Arupe Jesuit University of Zimbabwe. So the first one will be Professor Ilaria Makoni, and allow me please to read her short bio. Professor Ilaria Makoni is a historian and researcher specializing in contemporary and church history, African religious landscapes, and interreligious dialogue, as well as in historical research methodology and oral history. Drawing on her academic background and extensive international research, she has contributed to the study of religion and society across Europe and Africa through numerous publications. Currently, her research examines the history of Christian missions from a gender perspective, the African diaspora, and the reception of Vatican II in Africa. Since 2017, Dr. Makoni has been an international fellow at the Foundation of Religious Sciences. I'll translate it in English because I can't pronounce the Italian title, which is also called Giovanni the 23rd, where she leads a research project on Christianity and interreligious dialogue in Africa. Her current work includes a book on the history of the Consolata missionary sisters in Kenya and the curation of variations and encounters of religious experiences in East Africa, history, actors, and challenges. Dr. Makoni is also the initiator and coordinator of the virtual exchanges in religious Euro-African dialogue, or VIRIAD, an Erasmus Plus project co-financed by the European Union. The project brings together 10 higher education institutions across Europe and Sub-Saharan Africa to promote participatory learning and transnational academic dialogue. Professor Makoni's topic this morning is Bridging the Gaps in Higher Education in Africa and Europe. The VIRIAD project case study, Rethinking Religion Across Cultural Contexts and Learning from Each Other. Professor, you have 15 minutes. You are very welcome. Do you have Professor Ilaria? Okay.
Myself? For me anyway, thank you very much. Good morning everybody, Habari. I am very, very happy to open this first session of this exciting conference. As Professor Mahouda already said, my contribution here highlights really the role of this VERIAD project in promoting collaboration between European and African universities through joint curriculum design, co-teaching, and virtual exchanges among students. So VERIAD is an acronym for Virtual Exchanges in Euro-African Religious Dialogue. This project started in September 2023, but it is the result of a collaboration and a friendship that started years before. And first of all, with the colleagues of Tangaza University, I'm deeply thankful to the Institute of Interreligious Dialogue and especially to Father Innocent for that. So thank you very much. If you can go please to the second slide. Can you move this? Thank you. So what is VERIAD? VERIAD, as already explained, is an academic exchange program between European and African universities, which is co-financed by the European Union within the frame of Erasmus+. The aim is really to promote intercultural and interreligious understanding, engaging the youth in a transnational virtual dialogue and interactive exchange about religion. So our goal, ultimate goal, was really to create a classroom without walls. It's much more than just an online learning platform because its focus is on student-centered activities co-designed by the different partners of this consortium, and these activities are designed to address really specific needs emerging from the context in which the partners operate. Next slide, please. So now, what are the cornerstones of Veriad? As I already said, we have a specific pedagogical strategies which is based on interculturality and exchange. So our aim is to make use of the fantastic differences we have from a religious cultural point of view, and to connect students and through these actually differences. This is why interreligious and intercultural dialogue was one of the most aimed, but also pedagogically we wanted to offer what is called a comprehensive intercultural education. So not just to address the cognitive part of the education, but also the emotional part and the interreligious part of education. Based on these cornerstones and four guiding principles, we were able so far, we are currently in the third phase and final month of the project, to promote learning opportunity for all. We could make higher education more accessible. We could ensure gender equality and inclusivity. We could broaden knowledge about the religion of the other. We could also provide students with new sets of methodological and technical skills. We strengthen the competence of the teaching staff of Veriad in online and interactive learning, and last but not least, obviously we also encourage collaboration between African and European universities. So please, next slide. Veriad wouldn't have been possible without the help and obviously the contribution of all the partners of this consortium. We have 10 partners, 6 from Sub-Saharan Africa and 4 from EU member states. You see Tangaza University from Kenya, Kenyatta University from Kenya, the University of Dar es Salaam from Tanzania, University of KwaZulu-Natal from South Africa, Makerere University from Uganda, and the University, Arupa Jesuit University from Zimbabwe. Among the European partners, the Foundation for Religious Studies I represent here, then the Catholic Institute of the Mediterranean Sea, based in France, the Theological University of Apeldoorn in the Netherlands, and the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia in Italy. So as you see, a pretty diverse consortium, and this diversity is really the strength of this project. Because thanks to this diversity, we could implement in all the courses and modules we proposed a multidisciplinary and comparative methodological approach to the study of religion, and integrate also different pedagogical traditions. So please, next slide. Now, before I go into the results, tangible results of this project, I've been asked many times why we wanted to start a project focusing on religion and why on religion in Africa. First of all, because unfortunately we see that many of the conflicts and challenges the world is facing today are caused by the abuse by the manipulation of religious principles, but also by their distortion. So we strongly believe that one of the strongest countermeasures against intolerance, religious manipulation and radicalization is to increase knowledge about religion and also to promote a new way of thinking and studying the relation between religion and society. So actually one of the greatest historians of religion, Philip Jenkins, say that today in our century, 21st centuries, the most revolutionary changes we are experiencing are religious changes. So as we cannot really overlook religious changes, we also have to pay more attention to the continent they are coming from. And this is why the focus on Africa. As a matter of fact, Africa, with its multicultural and multi-religious environment in the future, will deeply affect the world religious composition as well as its religious expression. Already in 2016, about 30% of the global number of Muslim population was coming from Africa, and in 2030, Africa will have definitely more Catholics than Europe. So we cannot deny that religious differences has often opened the door for conflicts in Africa, but Africa also offers plenty of lessons and experiences that can be used as a guide for peaceful interreligious and intercultural coexistence. And last but not least, we have seen, working together with our African colleague, that thanks to the inputs coming from the African scholars in academia, we have definitely broadened and deepened actually the understanding of religion among all of us scholars, but also our students. So please, the next slide. Now, I said at the beginning that VEREACT, in promoting intercultural and interreligious dialogue on the academic level, also wanted to promote a new way to research and study religion. So why? And I speak here as an historian, because the categories and the theory we follow in the academia, especially in the West and in Europe, are so the theory and definitions about religion, religious belief. They were developed during a time in the mid 19th century where colonialism was at its peak. So you can understand that many of the concepts we use today are very much biased by racism and by this construction of the other. At that time, Christianity was taken as the reference, a main reference, compared then to the mythic religion of the East or the primitive religions of Africa. And I'm quoting obviously from sources of that time. So we wanted to reverse this perspective and make people more aware that the history and the study of the category of religion is deeply entangled actually with the formation of modernity and coloniality. So therefore, every time we approach the topic of religion, we have to make an effort to overcome these biases. And some of the main, the biggest biases of myth that exist in the academia in the West, as the historian, actually she's a feminist theologian and historian, Puilan points out, are mainly four. First of all, the myth of the class of civilizations. I'm sure many of you read the book of Samuel Huntington. According to the author, most of the conflicts we will experience in the future are because of clashes between religiously based civilizations. So the first biggest problem with this myth is that civilizations are treated as homogeneous entities, whereas we have experienced since the beginning of the world in encounters of different civilizations. So we want to overcome this myth that also implies a very negative myth of the Orient, as Edward Said called it, as inferior, because this myth is produced for the purpose of control of one civilization over the other. The second myth is the myth of secularization. In the Western academia, we have been debating about secularization now for about 100 years. And according to this myth, religion is irrational and incompatible with modernity. And it's just only causes problems at social level. From our experience as researchers and from our experience of Africa, we see that this is not true, and we want to challenge also this monolithic understanding of modernity. The third myth we want to get rid of is very dangerous and Islamophobic. And it proposes that some religions, such as Christianity and Buddhism, are inherently peaceful, where Islam is violent and militant. So this argument or this myth is very dangerous because it can lead to false stereotyping of a whole civilization, the Islamic civilization, but also it's profoundly ahistorical, because it overlooks the Crusades, for instance, or Christianity's complicity in genocide and colonialism, but also internal rivalries between Christian, Buddhist, and Hindu traditions. So we propose with very art to recover actually the history of these complex interactions among diverse religious traditions that are obviously taking place in our world. And this comes actually the great input, please, next slide, of African historians. So our contribution to the Western academia was to open the door to the reflection of African historians who really gave alternative interpretations regarding the nature and purpose of religious studies. First of all, the contribution, obviously, already quoted by Professor Gatry of Jessa Mugambi. So to regard religion as an integral part of culture and society. And we wanted to teach our students that if you do not study the religion, in this case of Africa, you will never understand social, religious, and cultural aspects of this amazing continent. Then we, following the suggestion of John Beatty, we also wanted to overcome this concept of a distinction between the sacred and the profane that has always dominated religious studies in the Western world. Following the inputs of Professor Mageza, we focused in our courses and modules really on the reflection on the meaning of religion for African society, but also for Europe. And as well as on the topic of spirituality. Professor Gatry was asking what is the difference between religion, faith, and spirituality. And this is exactly what we tried also to engage our students in. And finally, we wanted to have an ecumenical approach to the study of religion, without putting monotheistic religion on the first place and African religion on the second place. So we wanted to really open the door for our European students to the world of African religion. And last but not least, we have with Professor Ghetri, Professor Maura, and other colleagues of the Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians received a great input to a different approach to the study of religion, putting the voices of women at the center, actually, of the theological reflection, but also of the history of religion. So, thanks to the contribution of African scholars, please the next slide, we were, I hope, able with our courses to put in place some steps to propose, if you want, a decolonial and post-colonial approach to the study of religion, unmasking the mechanism of inclusion and exclusion that are produced in the historiographic discussion and methodology, bringing plurality of voices, research perspective, which means also plurality of sources when we study religion. We focus on the study of non-Christian religions and their historical background, and we were very adamant in implementing a bottom-up approach, so really focusing more on communities and life stories instead than institution. And particularly we wanted to put at the center of our reflection also the communities that usually are marginalized by the high history, as it is called, such as indigenous people and women. And please, the next slide. What are the results, the tangible results of this project so far? As I said, Veriat started 3 years ago, and the first year of this project was the drafting of the program, but also the training of the scholars and PhD researchers, facilitators in virtual pedagogy, in virtual and interactive pedagogy. And the training was a success. We have about 70 people trained, and in particular with the help of the colleagues of the University of KwaZulu-Natal and Modena, we wrote actually guidelines to be used for future projects or whoever is interested in online teaching, guidelines on collaborative learning. In the third year, we are now in the third year of this project, we had more than 15 semester-long modules and as many workshops and as many webinars, all designed and by different, jointly, by different African and European scholars. We covered a variety of topics, so this was our way really to implement the concept of interdisciplinarity and comparative perspective I was talking about. So far, we have more than 2,000 students involved in our activities, and according to the data of the evaluation questionnaires, between 70 and 80% of them were very satisfied with the results. If we go to the next slide, we can see also some of the different topics that we have addressed in the modules, but obviously you can also go online at .veriat.org and you can see the topics. So we have registrations of and video registrations of all the courses and seminars we carried out so far. So I would like now to come to the conclusion of my very short presentation. I don't want to steal time from the other presenters, so please the next slide. I would like to conclude by saying that Veriat is not an end point, but it is the foundation for future and broader collaborations. Actually, we have already submitted a couple of months ago 2 new projects to the European Union with the partners of the READ and new partners. And we really want, with this project, to carry on this pedagogical vision we implemented with READ and the task we set before us. The first task was really to put an emphasis on a multidisciplinary approach in religious studies and also on a stronger cooperation between the global north and the global south. By bridging the global north and the global south, we really tried to decolonize academic structure, shifting from Eurocentric scholarship to a more inclusive and collaborative learning. So to a vision that really honors actually our shared humanity. This approach also will ensure in the future that students are exposed to a diverse palette of perspective, and doing so will encourage dialogue that is informed by a wide array of cultural and academic backgrounds. We were very much inspired. Can you please go back to the other slides? So, thank you. By the values of solidarity, respect, and dignity at the core of the Ubuntu philosophy. We got the chance to learn about this philosophy from our esteemed colleague here in the room. And we anchor our methodological approach to the premises of John Beatty, who said, "I am because we are, and since we are, therefore I am." So why this is so important for us? Because it shifts the academic focus from individualism to really to communal flourishing, and emphasize that true knowledge is only derived from encounters and relationships. So this is really the project Veriat. Finally, I would like to quote actually a lot more Beatty's collective fingers theory, because it reminds us that an isolated finger is very weak, but all fingers must work together for optimal strength. So into the academia, this translates in a mandate for genuine, equitable partnership between the global north and the global south. And we hope, with all of you colleagues and with your support, we will carry on this partnership and our vision. So thank you very much for your attention.
Let's give her a better clap, please. Thank you very much, Professor Makoni, for that very, very detailed and elaborate presentation on what the Vyriad project is about, the goals, the activities that have been carried out, the partners involved, and how this project has challenged certain myths about religion, and how it has enhanced collaboration between the global north and the global south, and how the project has been received with a lot of enthusiasm by the participants, students, and staff from the 10 institutions. I can attest to the fact that there was a lot of enthusiasm generated from all the courses and the interaction, the multicultural nature of the project, the varieties of the pedagogical skills that were imparted, and also the various activities in the virtual exchanges mode of learning. So we really, really appreciate your leadership of this project and also your presentation. So we have another presentation. I think I would like to ask Professor Ilaria to stay online so that we can listen to Professor Sakuba's presentation, and then we can have a palaver conversation thereafter. So our second presenter is Dr. Zolani Sakuba from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and he teaches in the fields of theology and religion in the discipline of theology within the School of Arts at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Dr. Sakuba specializes in systematic theology with a special focus on topics ranging from the interface between Christian beliefs and secular worldviews, Christian beliefs and Christian practices, Christian beliefs and secular ethics, as well as Christian faith and secular existential economies. The title of the presentation is What Happens When Religion Serves as a Society's Qualifications Authority? A critical reflection on religion's often forgotten contribution to the invention of inequality. Welcome, Dr. Sakuba. Please welcome him with a hearty clap. Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Am I audible enough?
Yes.
Yes.
Also, is my presentation appearing on your screens?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. Okay, let me see. Okay, I am scrolling down on my machine. Is the scrolling down taking place on your side, colleagues?
Yes. Yes, sir.
But I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you for availing this platform. It is really an honor to be part of this occasion. I would like to thank the organizers who have been working very hard and tirelessly to make sure that this is a success. Professor Mwaura has indicated what my presentation is going to touch on, but I have done some tweaking for purposes of the concept, which is reflecting on the program, which is religion and socio-cultural dynamics. And to do this, colleagues, what I have chosen to do is to look at, I want to bring together the social component of this theme together with the cultural component of this theme, and then merge that together with religion.
Dr. Sakuba.
I've chosen to title this specific presentation From Social Communities as Faith Communities to Faith Communities as Cultural Communities. An introduction on some points for consideration.
Excuse me.
What I want to do here, colleagues, is to look at how social communities become faith communities and how faith communities become cultural communities. And to do this, I want to to follow a number of questions, which I will try to answer as I go ahead with my presentation. And the first question that I want to focus on is, if social communities, as I claim, are faith communities, what then is a faith community? So what I'm going to do is to take you through what I would like to present or propose as a faith community, so that I can walk you through. First, I submit that a faith community is a believing community, and therefore a faith community is a community of believers. What do I mean by this? A faith community derives its beliefs, which subsequently form part of the key constituents of its belief systems. It derives it either from its own reconstructed account of the past, or from whatever reconstruction of the past it chooses to adopt. A faith community's reconstruction, or how a community reconstructs its past, is very fundamental. What makes it fundamental is that this reconstruction subsequently serves as a source of this community's unique mythical historical narrative. So the first point, that claim that I'm making here is that faith communities operate on the basis of mythical historical narratives, which are built or constructed from a community's reconstruction of the past, or whatever reconstruction of the past a community chooses to adopt. From its unique mythical historical narrative, a community subsequently derives its foundational ontological framework. What I mean here is that from its mythical historical narrative, a community builds up its ontological framework, or it builds up its theories of what exists versus what does not exist. So I'm referring to an ontological framework here as an assortment of various theories of existence which a given society broadly endorses. So before I move on from this script, I would like you to draw your attention to the title of this slide, which is "A Community is a Believing Community." Now I want to draw your attention to a distinction that I make between believing and faith. One of my favorite lines when in one of the modules that I'm teaching for my students is to ask them what is a difference between belief and faith. And my students would be confused by this, but I would go on to say to them, belief in and of itself does not necessarily translate into faith, because I would use an example from my context and say, within the Zulu Xhosa community, there is a belief in some evil spirit which is called Utogoloshe. And then I would say, when people say, I believe in Togoloshe, they might not necessarily mean that they believe in a manner of faith. They have faith, but they may say, I believe in an existence. So believing in an existence of God, believing in an existence of the evil spirit, believing in an existence of aliens might not necessarily translate into having faith or trust in those entities. I would even go as far as telling them that sometimes someone might say to you that I actually believe in God. And when someone says, I actually believe in God, that person might not necessarily be saying, I have faith in God, but the person might be saying,
I believe in an existence who might be powerful, but I have got no faith in the power of this God, because the power of this God has never done anything positive for me. Therefore, I do not have faith in this God, who also happens to be powerful at the same time. So I'm talking about a community as a believing community here along those lines. Second, a faith community is a perpetually defensive community. Now, defensive might sound a little bit off, or might sound, the term that I'm using there might not necessarily give a true reflection of what I'm trying to say, because sometimes when we're saying someone is defensive, that usually communicates a negative connotations, that someone is defensive because someone has done something wrong. What I mean here is that faith communities are more often than not stakeholders in various forms of public discourses, especially in public ethical discourses. And for this reason, faith communities operate in contested spaces. If faith communities are stakeholders in public discourses, it means that there would be other competitors in those spaces that are offering a different worldview from the one which a particular faith community would be offering. And for this reason, there is always someone who offers a counter-narrative from the one which a particular faith community would be offering. And this makes faith communities to be vulnerable, or to be prone to detractors, or to be prone to people who are cynical about what a faith community would be proposing at the time. Faith communities are therefore easily discreditable, or can be easily discredited by those who are holding a different point of view. And for this reason, a faith community has got to always be on point in terms of its ability to protect, or its ability to substantiate and to defend whatever narrative it offers within a public discourse. It is a faith community's ontological framework that renders it vulnerable to its detractors and to people who are skeptical of what that faith community will be proposing at a given time. And for this reason, faith communities carry the unenviable burden of proof. They've got to always prove that what they are saying can be tested, can be scrutinized. So faith communities also happen to be generators of publicly scrutinized epistemological methodologies that are constantly challenged by those who are on the other or who are standing on an opposite position. So faith communities have got this responsibility of always making sure that they are able to stand the test of time in terms of how they get to be scrutinized in public platforms and so on and so forth. And this does not end, hence the perpetually defensiveness. Third, a faith community is a community at risk, always at risk. Why is this? At the core of every faith community's belief system is an appreciation of an existence of an original intention. Every faith community believes that it forms part of an original intention for which it was meant to be a custodian conduit of. So I will make references to the community that I'm most familiar with, but I think what I'm about to say can also be extended to other faith communities as well. Within the Christian faith community, there is a belief that God created the world and everything that is in it, and God had an intention. In fact, God intended, God as a sovereign intender, and God, out of God's sovereign prerogative, intended to create the world, and God had an intention with the world. And human beings were created in the world, and human beings were also created for a specific purpose. And human beings also happen to be custodial conduits, and by custodial conduits, I'm referring to the fact that they are both custodians and channels of that original intention. And as would be reflected in most faith communities' respective mythical historical narratives, every faith community, somewhat tends to believe that at some point in the past, a monumental event which derailed it from being a reliable custodial conduit of what it was created for took place. So, for an example, within the context of Christian faith, once again, we can make reference to presentation of the original sin. That original sin was this monumental event that derailed human beings from being able to carry out the responsibility for which they were created for, and to be in the world in the manner that they were intended to be. So, what are the implications of this? The risk then makes a community or a faith community to be a community that is constantly in dire need of salvation. So, a faith community is a community at risk, and a faith community is a community that is constantly in dire need of salvation. Fourth, because a faith community is a community that is at risk, there is a remedial option to this. So faith communities offer a variety of remedial options. So a faith community is a restoring, repentant community. How so? Faith communities are largely driven by a desire to restore the lost splendor, the lost value. And the main modus operandi for this campaign is rebuke and repent. The rebuke, or the rebukal element of this mode of operation, is always targeted at the identified evil cause or the culprit, whilst members of the community, which is the custodial conduit of the original intentions, become the repenting party. They repent for their role in making it easy for the derailing force to prevail. I'll make an example here of, I often hear African intellectuals and proponents of African traditional worldviews and cultural worldviews who will lament the fact that as Africans, we are where we are, whether economically, whether in terms of civilization, or whether in terms of human development, we are where we are because we abandoned our cultures, African cultures. We abandoned who we truly are, or we abandoned who we were meant to be, and for this reason, we are reaping the fruits of that abandonment. And from time to time, we are called upon to repent for this, or we are called upon to make amends, or to retrieve our humanity and go back to who we are. That is one example of how faith communities become restoring communities. Not only communities that are geared towards restoring or retrieving whatever was lost, but we are also but faith communities are also communities that are constantly repenting for their role in that derailment from who they were meant to be. A faith community's project of restoration and repentance is usually accompanied by a creative campaign to come up with propositions on how to get things back to the way they were meant to be. So there is this, within faith communities, there is this drive to say, how can we get back to where we are? How can we restore and retrieve who we are? I'm reminded here of the many references by African historians and African leading intellectuals of the African Renaissance, the retrieving of African values, whether it's through following the path of indigenous knowledge systems of Africa, or to mainstream African traditional worldviews, and to harness the values that are embedded within those worldviews, and so on and so forth. But this drive to bring back these things is part of this ongoing efforts by the community. It is also essential to repent. Remember earlier.
Excuse me, Professor. Excuse me. I think we are running out of time. Please use the next 5 minutes to summarize. Thank you very much. Okay.
Now, at what point does a faith community become a cultural community? And why should we care at this point? Okay? One, we need to think of faith communities and their right authorities. So faith communities are also custodians of legitimacy. They become custodians of legitimacy in the sense that within faith communities, there is a contestation over who has the authority to do a number of things, the authority to lead, the authority to teach, and the authority to interpret what is true versus what is false. So it is at this point that faith communities begin to cross over to becoming cultural communities. Two, we also need to think of faith communities and their right to teachings. Now, faith communities have got the right to teach what it is that was lost, what is this value that was lost, and what does it mean to have this value. For an example, what is salvation? Saved from what? And what does salvation look like? So faith communities have got to play within the terrain of hermeneutics. And as we all know that hermeneutics is a very contested space. So there is this casting of ideas when it comes to what it is that is being imparted as teaching. Thirdly, faith communities and their right ritual. Faith communities have got a challenge of precision because faith communities are characterized by a number of rituals that are taking place occasionally. But there is a contestation at this point as well, in the sense that faith communities have got to wrestle with the issue of precision. And there is people are always contesting as to whether the rituals that are being performed are the right rituals at the given time, and for what purpose as well. And faith communities also has a challenge of eligibility, of having to deal with who is eligible to take part in these rituals that a faith community gets to be responsible for. Why does this matter in conclusion? Why does this matter? This matters because culture is a performative expression of faith in a grand mythical narrative of social community, which also happens to be a faith community. So culture is a performative expression of faith. And this takes place within, or this is guided by a grand mythical narrative of a particular faith community, which also happens to be a faith community. Thank you very much. I will take, I will clarify whatever is not clear now during the PLAZA time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Sakuba. Please let us give him another round of applause. Yeah. He has explained to us in a very vivid manner characteristics of a faith community. And I think he has advanced what Professor Getui talked earlier about the differences between religion, faith, and belief, and issues of community, and also the question of what is who. I think also Father Mwanya earlier talked about reality, whose reality counts. So it's really very, very challenging to us about what we understand about these concepts. I think now we have a few minutes. I think we didn't start on time, and so we are a bit late. But we have a few minutes, about 7-10 minutes, to respond to queries, questions, comments that you may have from Professor Makoni's presentation and Professor Sakuba's as well. Please welcome. We can take the first 3 or so. Yes.
Even online, if you have questions, you let us know so that you can be given an opportunity. The floor is open. If you have a comment or you have a question, a contribution, and we'll only give you 1 minute to do it. We are talking about our faith, and we are talking how to walk and work together in unity. So what you have been hearing this morning, if there is something that triggers your mind, that you have watched it and you want a clarification about it, and also you want to share, you're welcome just for a minute. Okay, Dr. Odinga. Is there another hand before we go to Dr. Odinga? We can give him an opportunity while your hand is coming from the pocket because it's a little bit cold. Maybe it's in somewhere.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My question is to the last presenter when he said that rituals may not be right. I just want him to clarify what standard or what measure do you use to say a ritual is right or wrong?
Thank you very much. I hope Professor Sakuba, you have heard that. Is there another question he can take before he responds to that?
Thank you so much. My name is Salim Charles, and I work with pastors and religious leaders. And I want to ask this question because most of the time it comes up when, I'm running my trainings with them on the calling, because most of them, without even academic qualifications, they will say, I've been called to lead. And it goes to what the professor from Kwea was talking about. Where now do you place this in terms of schooled, educated, or learned? So how do we quantify this calling to make sure that we don't end up to the Shakahola kind of massacre that happened in this country? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think your question is addressed to anybody that can respond to it. Thank you. Anybody else before we go to the responding? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Anastasio Nyaga. My question actually is directed to the keynote speaker. When she quoted BT, saying that BT says, this famous saying that Africans are notoriously religious. I don't know how notoriously religious are they. And she was quoting Shakahola, the massacre again. Was that an expression of the notorious religiosity of Africans? Maybe you can also clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would not like the response to only the other side. We are talking about the dynamic of gender.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, researchers. What was the most important concern for both of you as researchers when you started this topic? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we can go to responding. We can start with Dr. Sakubo.
Thank you so much. Clean or not clean to participate in rituals, and these contestations have got a huge impact on who gets to be included or who gets to be excluded. So issues of inclusion and exclusion begin to emerge within spaces that where rituals are being performed. So it is not about whether there is a right or a wrong ritual, but within the community itself. Sometimes contestations are taking place. The right way, the focus on the right way of doing things creates a space that gets to be contested. That is what I was saying. And then with regards to the very last question, I think that is a very, that is also another very important question in the sense that you are asking what motivated me, I will speak about myself, to structure my presentation in this way. I was guided by I wanted to respond to the issue of power, to the issue of exclusion within faith communities, but most importantly, I wanted to respond to how social communities and faith communities are usually seen as entities that are far apart from each other, and yet these are entities that can actually that operate on the basis of the very same logic. And central to social communities and cultural communities is an element of faith, trust in a promise that is offered by a faith community. There is this element of trust. So and I don't know if I did a good job, but I also wanted to extend the notion of faith not only to religious communities, but also to other social communities out there, like people trusting in communism, people trusting in capitalism, people trusting in democracy and what democracy can. There is an element of faith or trust that is embedded there. I know that I'm doing that at the risk of conflating two different things, but that's what I had in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sakubu. Thank you very much. I would like now to come to Professor Kitui. There was a question addressed to you.
Yes, thank you very much. The word notorious can be negative or it can be positive. And I think Mbiti was using this in the context whether religion should be blind or we carried away by too much of it. I think for me, we could also look at it from the fact that there is value in religion. So Africans are notoriously religious, and we go back to Magesa's book, What is Not Sacred, but also the element that we could take it and it could be negative in our midst when we don't question, when it is blind following. And I think in my presentation, I talked about these many faces and faces of religion, and Shakahola could be one of those where we could question whether religion is playing the positive role that it should play in the society. Thank you.
We had another question. This question was said that it can cut across about the pastors that are coming up and saying that have been called. So I don't know who will be able to respond to that, because the presenter said it cuts across the question. Do you want to address it to a specific person? What Professor Kitui has responded. Okay.
Thank you very much. In our study of religion, we talk about dimensions. Ninian Smart is one of the great scholars that has promoted this, and one of the dimensions is the experiential dimension of religion, where my connection with the Supreme Being is personal. So we need to respect the person who says they have a calling. And in this room, we have many priests, we have many sisters. I ask them, why did you choose this life? And they say it's a calling. So I think this is very complex and very deep. And we are aware that in African tradition, we had specialists who served without pay, without second thought, because it was good for the community. Last weekend, Professor Sablon Ntamburi launched a book on the Muwe among the Ameru, on the valuable role that the Muwe played in the society. And interestingly, some of you could remember Professor Jacob Kaimenyi. Last year, he was installed as the principal Muwe of the Ameru. Now, why am I bringing this? That we have what Professor Ntamburi has talked about in his book, the traditional culture of Muwe. And then we have the current Muwe, where God calls, I don't think we can question. And that's why I talked about the ambivalence of connecting with the Supreme Being. I think we can serve without academic, as it were. But at the same time, academic has a value to play because it also sharpens us. But I want to be guided by the traditional setting where there were people who were called and they served the community faithfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you. I would like to take another question that the two start with.
Thank you very much. I have two questions, both of them directed to the last speaker. The first question is that I love the distinction you made between belief and faith, that you explained very well, that belief may not necessarily lead to faith. And I got curious whether this could be an explanation why some of those who call ourselves believers, Christians, we end up being lukewarm Christians because we don't necessarily integrate the two. Lukewarm faith that may sometimes have negative consequences, leading to, for example, religion becoming an instrument of exclusion and radicalization. Could that be, could that distinction be an explanation to that lukewarm faith? That's my first question. The second question is, with your typology of religion, how you are classifying and the characteristics you talked of believing community, does it cut across all believing communities? Does it mean that every community that calls itself believing community fits into those categories that you have described? And would you be afraid to be accused of trivializing faith? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Professor Makubu, you are there. Sakubu, you are there. I think that question is very bad to you. And we'll give you answer it as brief as you can, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Those are, both questions are very difficult, but I will try. Let me start with the second one. I can definitely be accused of trivializing faith. So that one I want to just say yes, I can. But and then another part of your question is whether this can be used in all other faiths. I started by looking at social communities as faith communities. I pushed it a little bit when I did that. I believe that human beings in general are believers. Somehow they have got faith in something. They trust in something. And so when let us take the American society, they talk about the drafters of the American Constitution, and everybody as a society, they always make reference to the intention of the drafters of their constitution. I don't know if they call it the Constitution or the Supreme Law. So, and what happens in most cases is that there is always a contestation about the extent to which whoever has access to the levers of power deviates from what would have been the intention of the drafters of that constitution. And then there is always a contestation on whether what was exactly that intention. And then there comes in the interpretation of what that intention was. And that creates a hugely contested space, terrain, because everybody feels qualified to be the one who's able to make that interpretation. So that is where I was coming with that. Now, with your first question on whether the distinction that I make between faith and belief could be the cause of the lukewarm faith that can be detected amongst those who are calling themselves men and women of faith, you could say that, and the reason you could say that is I think Europe is a very good example here. Is that there was a time when Europe was a stronghold of Christian faith until modernity kicked in, and then modernity solved most of the existential problems which human beings had in terms of food security, in terms of health, in terms of many things, and then unconsciously most people left the church, not necessarily deliberately as atheists or something like that, but because their existential needs were met elsewhere. And I think that is and most of them, they never said, I've stopped being a Christian. They simply became, as you characterize it, lukewarm. And perhaps if you ask them, are you a Christian? They will say, I'm a Christian, but why are you not evidently practicing that? It's because the existential needs are met elsewhere. So for that reason, I would say, reluctantly say yes. That might be the reason why. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all the speakers. I wish to thank all the speakers of this morning, Professor Mwania, Father Mwania, Professor Getui, Professor Ilaria, and Professor Sakuba. What you have, the issues that you have raised have generated a lot of interest, and thank you so much for your insightful ideas. And we'll continue the conversation during tea time, because we are now going to break 40. But before we break 40, we shall have a photograph here. But before that, let's clap for the speakers and for ourselves for being so patient. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our moderator, for that session. We cannot forget to thank you, Professor Mwaura. Thank you for leading us to that session. As she has explained, we need to take a photograph very quickly, come here for a picture so that we can go and take a cup of tea, then we come back. During the break time, interact with each other. Continue schooling. I don't know whether it's learning or it is education. Continue with all those, either of those. Please let us come for a photograph here, please. Thank you. And I would like, at the same time, when you come for tea, Dr. Shomali and the other groups, Professor Mwanya, Professor Kitui, there are some I will direct upstairs for a cup of tea. Our tea will be some upstairs. I'll direct you. Thank you very much. Please join for a photograph. Please, members, all of you can go behind. You can climb there for and partner organization examining global fund representation within international institutions. Dr. Nalugala is also contributes to a Vatican affairs building in peace building. Yeah, take them upstairs for a cup of tea. Take them upstairs. Yeah.
I've just given you one of these books.
You'll get a book. You'll get a book. The books are many. I'll give you a book. Later. Go for a cup of tea. Take them for a cup of tea. Take for we are bringing for that. Sustainable social change. He is a member of the Parliament of the World's Religion and serves as Vice President and Africa Coordinator for Global Ministry University in the US. His academic and professional interests encompass the Sustainable Development Goals, faith and development, and environmental ethics, and the critical analysis of development theories and their application in Africa. He has contributed to international anti-radicalization and peace-building initiative, working with the European and African partners to address conflict, violent extremism, and cross-border challenges in the Horn of Africa. In 2024, he was part of the global research in collaboration with the University of Leeds and partner organization examining global fund representation within international institutions. Dr. Nalugala is also contributes to a Vatican-affiliated think tank dedicated to the fostering ethical leadership, integral human development, and sustainable transformation across Africa. Through his participation in side events of the United Nations General Assembly and other international forums, he actively engages in global policy, dialogue on development, governance, social justice, interfaith cooperation, and advancement of sustainable and transformative development in Africa. Actually, we have a great time because we have this booklet. You can read more and internalize what you are talking about our speakers for today. It's already in this book. So with that said, I'm privileged to invite Dr. Nalugala to take over this second session. Daktari, karibu. Yeah.
So thank you, Sister Jane, for the kind words and the introduction. And good afternoon, everybody who is here. So we are going to look at religion and power dynamics. I just want to confirm that the speakers are online. Matteo Ravolini, I just want to be sure that he's online. Evariste Magoti, just to be sure, when I call you'll be ready. And then Mupumelo Mojo. So just like very few words of introduction is just to remember that religion and power dynamics in Africa play a very powerful dynamic force that continuously shapes and challenges political authority, economic structures, and social identities. From just being a private belief, faith serves as a public arena for political mobilization, community development, and negotiation of everyday power. So we look at political legitimacy and the state, national influence, legal and secular tensions, civil society, economic empowerment, neo-Pentecostalism, the question of prosperity gospel, capitalism and labor, traditional beliefs and indigenous dynamics, and what they call vital force and cultural synthesis. And all this, we need to understand how they contribute to the integrity of the person and working for the common good. So I would like us to invite the first speaker, who is Matteo Rovellini, who is an independent researcher and currently collaborates with the Fondazione per le Scienze Religiose Giovanni the 23rd as an online facilitator for the virtual exchanges in religious Euro-African dialogue program. He holds a BA in history and an MA in anthropology and ethnology. His research focuses on activities of missionaries of Africa in Ségou, Mali, during French colonial rule, with particular attention on missionary encounters with the traditional religion, Islam, and institutional slavery. Welcome, Matteo Rovellini, with a clap for him. Let's welcome with a clap. So, Rovellini, if you don't mind, I'll give you 12 minutes. If you can just share your work for 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. I hope that you can hear me.
Yes, very clear.
Yes. Okay, and you can see my slides.
Yes, we can see. You can put on presentation mode.
Okay, perfect. So, good morning. In my presentation, I will talk about the relationship between the missionaries of Africa and the practice of slavery in the district of Ségou in present-day Mali in the late and early 20th century during the French colonial rule. Now I will provide some context about slavery in pre-colonial and colonial Ségou. The Ségou Empire was an important African state that emerged in the early 18th century in the Middle Niger River Valley. The dominant group were the Bamana or Bambara, warriors and farmers who practiced a traditional religion. And Ségou economy was associated with the slave trade, and war was the main source of slaves. Ségou waged war against rival kingdoms and against the stateless society in the south and in the southeast of the country. The prisoners underwent a process of ritual death-translation, symbolized by the cutting of their hair and the loss of their clan name. And at this point, you were sold or resocialized, acquiring a status within Ségou society. Some of the slaves belonged to the king and became a property of the state. The king became soldiers, and they could hold very high position, or they could become farmers in the fields of the state, while other slaves were distributed in order to create patronage networks. In Ségou, domestic or lineage-based slavery was also practiced. The second generation of slaves became members of the lineage of their masters, and by the fourth generation, they were almost completely assimilated. The institution of ownership was also practiced. People could be given as a guarantee for a debt, and they were freed only when the debt was paid off. The Maraka, a class of Muslim long-distance traders, played a role in the trade. They lived in autonomous towns supplied by slave work plantation, and they traded in slaves with the Arabic-speaking nomads of the Sahara. After the 19th century jihads, Ségou fell under the Muslim domination of the Tokoro group from present-day Senegal, and its economy continued to depend on the trade. Slaves were used to pay the Taliban and the soldiers, and were also traded along the western route. And the Bamana resistance also created a situation of endemic guerrilla warfare that was mainly financed by slave riding. In 1890, France conquered Ségou, which 3 years later became an administrative district. During the conquest and military rule, France widely tolerated and practiced laboring. Slaves were used to pay soldiers, agents, and allies, and the French officers also used to own slaves, in particular women and young children. In this period, slaves were settled in the so-called liberty villages, specific villages that were meant to provide a set of labor and soldiers. They could obtain their freedom papers if they were claimed within 3 months, if they enlisted as soldiers, if they paid them ransom through cash or labor, or if they proved that they suffered mistreatment. These villages faced many problems, including the supply difficulties, an elevated number of women and children, unregistered arrivals and departures, and continuous abuses and exploitation by the colonial administrators. France didn't end slavery directly. The first civil governor banned the sale of people, but the most important law was the Comprehensive Decree on Slavery in 1905 that prohibited the enslavement and the sale, gifting, or exchange of human beings. These, together with other factors, triggered a great exodus of slaves that started from the city of Panama in 1905-1906. 1,000 slaves left Cebu, and 1 million slaves did the same in the whole French West Africa. So it was their initiative that led to the end of slavery in French Sudan. So, what's the role of the White Fathers in this? The Society of the Missionaries of Africa was one of the protagonists of the Catholic Church anti-slavery campaign. In the 80s, the founder of the society started receiving some reports on slavery by his missionaries in East Africa, and he brought the issue to the attention of Pope Leo XIII, who in the encyclical Impruvimis condemned slavery and declared the church anti-slavery position. And the same year, La Vigilia received a pontifical mandate to put an end on the slave trade. In 1895, the missionaries of Africa founded the mission of Otunga Cebu, near the old capital of the kingdom, and they came in contact with the local Liberty village, which they called Liberty. In this space, the district administration wasn't able to fed the village and relied on the mission. The mission distributed the daily millet and salt, and also medicines and tools. They saw this aid as a form of Christian charity, but also as a strategy to spread Christianity, and they also received free labor in return. After the first year, after the first millet harvest, the fathers interrupted the aid, and the next year the village was relocated far away from the mission, but the missionaries kept religious and also labor ties with the village. In the summer of 1895, the fathers started helping refugee slaves and also free persons that were claiming enslaved family members. These slaves were seeking their freedom because they suffered mistreatment, or because they were at risk of being sold, or of changing owner due to inheritance issues. So the mission mediated between them and the district court. They collected the translation of their testimonies and sent them to the district commander. If the persons were liberated, they delivered the liberty papers, and otherwise they helped with the payment of the ransom. And they also protected the slaves from retaliation from their former owners. By 1896, the fathers were in the position to decide which cases were to be forwarded to the district and which were to be dismissed, exercising actual juridical authority. The administration's tolerance of the practice of slavery and the missionaries' establishment of an alternative juridical authority led to one inevitable clash. In particular, District Commander Morgers tried to limit the interference of the mission in slave-related issues. He threatened to punish anyone who turned to the mission before them to this court with 20 lashes and 10 days in prison. And on the 21st of January 1897, over a controversy on the case of a woman named Numojo, he gave a different interpretation than the father's one and refused to grant her freedom. So the father acknowledged in the Submission Journal that these ideas would risk to diminishing their prestige among the local population. But in the following month, with the mediation of banking officers, the crisis was resolved in part. The mission and administration redefined the respective roles, and the mission had to send the data of the refugee slaves to the district in order to obtain them in entrustment. And in this period, the role of former slaves was fundamental to shape the new Christian community. For example, the community was formed by runaway slaves, ransom family members, children that were owned and freed by the missionaries, and also people entrusted by the colonial administration and the military. Soon, a small Christian village formed around the mission. Sorry. At the turn of the century, the so-called anti-clerical crisis broke out in France and culminated with the law on separation between church and state in 1905. With the end of public funding, the fathers reduced the payment of ransoms. This, together with, was accompanied by other causes, in particular a famine, and the village Liberté was relocated even farther from the mission. So, on the 28th of July 1904, District Commander Carrier forbidden to the inhabitants of Liberté from visiting the mission and threatened to punish any slave found at the mission without authorization with 2 days of prison. To increase the number of Christians, the fathers used some institutions that were typical of slavery itself. And the more ambiguous of this was the institution of ownership. On certain occasions, the fathers accepted to take children from the rural village in exchange for a cash payment to their parents. In May 1905, they tried to institutionalize the home system with the clear aim of attracting young people and to evangelize them. In particular, after the schools had been affected by the anti-clerical crisis and the end of public funding. So the families could send their children to the mission for a minimum of 6 months, and the family received 25 francs in exchange. The mission provided food, lodging, and clothing, and also French lessons, and the children received a Christian education. Between May and June 1905, the mission took in at least 6 children, but the experiment ended abruptly on the 1st of March 1906, when the school inspector of the colony accused the system of being similar to slavery, and stating that they wanted to avoid the contrast with the administration, the missionaries sent the children back home in the same day. So, in conclusion, we can say that the action of the white fathers was shaped by deeply anti-slavery ideas, but that they also had practical needs, in particular, and apostolic needs, such as the spread of Christianity and the creation of a Christian community. We can also say that slaves were not passive but active agents of their emancipation, and that they consciously utilized the resources provided by the mission. They both made use of certain existing practice, often linked to the institution of slavery itself, like purchase, redemption, manumission, and ownership. However, they didn't simply replicate existing practice, but they transformed them and introduced new ones. So, my presentation is now concluded. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Matteo. Thank you. You have been very precise. Actually, it took 12 minutes. And what you're trying to help us reflect on is in the role of the church in the freedom of slaves and the case of missionaries of Africa. And somebody the other day was giving a reflection on slaves and refugees. There's a very strong relationship there. Sometimes when they go to different countries, they're treated as slaves. So thank you very much. And we are going to prepare questions for you when we come to the plenary. So I would like to introduce the next speaker. And this is Mpumelo Mojo from Arupe Jesuit University in Zimbabwe. He is currently an administrator and lecturer at Arupe Jesuit University, Harare, Zimbabwe. He is an avid researcher who has published articles in chapters and referred journals. His research interests are in the history of Christianity, interface of church and state, African Christianity, religion and gender. So let's put our hands together for Mupelo to give us his presentation. And again, we go with the same tradition. If you can do for 12 minutes, we'll be very happy. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Joseph.
Are you there? Moyo, check. Maybe you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. And can you see my screen now?
It is still dark, but maybe the light will come.
Not yet. Not yet, okay.
Okay.
Close this. Can you see my screen now?
Is there maybe put presentation mode?
No. I sent the screen, the presentation. I don't know if we can share.
It's there. It's there now. It's a different one.
Oh, now you can see it.
No, it's different.
Okay, you can see it now.
Yes, politics of religious education.
Okay, in colonial Africa and the rise of inequalities.
Right. Continue.
Right, thank you. Habari zenu. Alaikum salam. My presentation focuses on the politics of religious education in colonial Africa and the rise of inequalities. Maybe just to get us into the picture of what I'm trying to say, is a lot of us were taught to say who God is. We were never asked who God is for us. So the missionaries came and told Africans that God is like this, assuming that Africans had no idea of God. And yet we have always known God in different names. We call him Mari, we call him Gulunkulu, we call him Zambe, we call him by different names. And so this is where the problem began. And so as we look at the challenges that we face today as Africans, is that when we look at the Fufana puts it correctly when he says, the simple life of the old African has become more complicated as a result of the contact with the Western world. To be more precise, Western civilization has intermingled with African culture, and the African who is so affected by both cultures is a man of both worlds. He is therefore called upon to operate on both levels with a juggler's dexterity. So we find ourselves always juggling between the Western world and our own African identity. So the focus of the study really is to try to understand, so the study posits that missionary evangelization through religious education and colonial subjugation left a deep trauma in the African soul, leading to the rise of inequalities through total alienation of African religion and culture caused by limited knowledge of the native languages and worldviews. So we can safely say that there was very little understanding of the context. Religious education came as an imposition from outside, and because of that, it tended to alienate the African and also cause a lot of inequalities. Christian missionaries have been foundational in the history of education in sub-Saharan Africa, and you will realize that in most churches, even in parts of the world, you find that, especially in Africa, for missionaries to be successful, they needed to start schools. And mission schools became a barometer for Africa's development or lack of it. Missionaries believed that without schools, there will be no missions, no African attendance, no adherence, no success. 80% of the converts came from mission schools, so it was important to have missions. And the major reason for starting these missions was to recruit converts. And so religious education was very much at the center of the process of evangelization. As we realize that much of the evangelization that we're now talking about happened in the 19th century, there is very little documentation around religious education in the 16th century. But a lot of what we understand now comes from the 19th century. Amanze puts it well when he says, the Africans renounced their past, says salvation for missionaries was only possible if the Africans renounced their past, that is, their beliefs and practices, and show willingness to live according to Christian principles. This involved a wholesome transformation of African ways of life, for Africanness or blackness was to Europeans a symbol of evil. So, as far as European missionaries were concerned, Africans were savages to be civilized. They were the cursed sons of Ham. They were the big children. And in many ways, European missionaries demonized African traditions and culture, and left the African confused about his own identity, and created a kind of religious schizophrenia in terms of delusions in content as well as in the identity of the African himself. So when we look at the context, I think the big challenge was that they didn't really bother to learn anything from the African context. Missionaries ignored the African religious landscape, which constituted the context within which other religions would be understood, such as African tradition, African symbols, African images, African expressions. All this was ignored, and they thought that by bringing their own religion and their own culture, it would then take away what was Tangaza within the African understanding as they thought so. But we realized that was not the case. And we noticed that when Tetekera puts it well when he says, Western education eroded the foundations of African society without the means to take over from it. From the beginning, the new education lacked the resources and tied it over by disseminating theories. It opened new fields of thought, but was for the most quite impractical. It was literally given the African language of the colonial administrator. And because it was literal, it failed to probe talent sufficiently. Worse still, it was non-corporate, it did not belong to the people. To get educated was to be at odds with one's people and there was the tendency for the educated African to lose assurance which the older African received from traditional upbringing. So by taking on this new education, it left a vacuum because the African found himself, if you took on this education that was for the missionaries, it kind of took you away from your own African experience and your African traditions. A lot of it was done through boarding schools and also through the support of the colonial governments. We find, like in Zimbabwe, by 1902, the Jesuits had started boarding schools, and they even incentivized the coming of children to these boarding schools. And the thinking behind it was to help to make sure that the children that came spent more time with the missionaries than they did with their parents, so that the Jesuits and the missionaries could then build on these children, give them an education that was divorced from their own traditional upbringing. So the focus for Protestant missionaries was mostly on how to get the 3 R's, the reading, writing, and arithmetic, but with a particular focus on the spiritual content. Whereas for Catholics, the focus became so much on catechism. But you will realize that, especially in the 19th century, a lot of converts to Christianity were mostly children. Maybe I would even say 80% those that were coming from schools, as opposed to adults. So in the study, really, the objective was to try and understand the context in which religious education took place and to provide an insight into the current ideas and trends in religious education. So the methodology that we used was to employ a nationalist historical approach to better understand the political, cultural, institutional practices that impacted on the lives of Africans and missionary influence. As you will notice that from a lot of the books, especially the general history of Africa, a lot of it has been written by missionaries and Europeans, and there's been very little coming on a general, not talking about the experience of Africans. So this methodology is basically to try and give a voice to the Africans to speak about their own experiences of what took place. What were the findings? The study poses that missionary evangelization through religious education and colonial subjugation left a deep trauma in the African soul, leading to the rise of inequalities through total alienation of African religion and culture, caused by limited knowledge of the native languages and worldviews. Religious education was equal to evangelization, but also to conquering. So it was used to conquer, not so much to help us understand who God is. So the result of missionary religious education led to collective amnesia, forced repression, ignorance, loss of culture, traditions, and the crisis of identity for Africans because of changed circumstances or shifting interests leading to total colonization caused by demonization of African traditional religion by the missionaries, and also leading to religious schizophrenia in terms of delusions, in terms of content, what should we believe. At one point, polygamy is such a bad thing. When you read the Bible, the polygamy, some of the people that God loved most were polygamists, meaning in some cases, when you see the translation of the Bible, they preferred to use words like prophet, profita, in Shona, instead of using shikiro, which was the traditional Shona word, lest the African misunderstood the message. And also the idea of identity. So left Africans in a crisis. So there is need for a new educational approach to religious education that promotes African identity and culture by utilizing elements of African tradition and culture and the experience of the learners. We need to take into consideration the context of the Africans before we can even do anything, which was not always the case. And Gachini talks about what is called the epistemic freedom, the right and capacity of Africans to think and theorize, interpret and produce knowledge for their own historical experience and intellectual traditions, rather than through imposed Eurocentric paradigms. And this is where we need to go if we need to reduce some of the inequalities and some of the tensions that have been witnessed by Africans, especially in their own understanding of themselves, and also in their understanding of who God is and understanding of their own religion. I propose that as part of the discussion, the African religious landscape constitutes a context within which other religions will be understood. If missionaries had to understand African traditions, culture, and religions, which embody the ritual most, the images, the symbols of African expression in songs, dance, and instruments, instead of wholesome condemnation of Christianity, would have been better Christians, and Christianity would have been a better fit for Africa. Missionaries needed to have understood issues such as ancestor worship, the spirit possession, issues such as healing, that have resurfaced in different forms in a number of our African initiated churches, in neo-Pentecostal churches, and even in mainline churches, and even churches in the diaspora. We have Zimbabweans that have gone to the UK, to Canada, to America, and for some odd reason, they still prefer to get their own priests from Zimbabwe, and priests who would understand their dancing, their singing, and who would bring something of an African identity to their prayer and their experience.
Moyo, if you can maybe finish.
Okay, so thank you, I'm almost done. So the indigenization, I think recently we've all realized that there's need for indigenization. We're all beginning to talk about enculturation. But sometimes we begin to ask the question, who's pushing the agenda? Are Africans playing catch-up? What do we call it? Enculturation, theory of reconstruction, Christianity brought in an African pot. So the study poses that missionary evangelization through religious education and colonial subjugation left a deep trauma, as you said, leading to the rise of inequalities through total alienation of African religion and culture caused by limited knowledge of the context. So there is need for an epistemic freedom. The task for religious educators is not to speak for the oppressed, but to create the conditions for their voice to be heard on their own terms. So the central focus should be on the learner, not on the doctrine. We should stop telling them that God is, but rather ask them who God is for them. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate the presenter. Thank you very, very much. I think when we come to the discussion, we just need to ask ourselves whether education added value to our lives in Africa. Was it positive or had a negative impact? But then there are other studies like Albert de Jong and Holy Ghost, who was in Tangaza here. We have Lawrence Njoroge, and also a book by William Anderson, who emphasized the role of the missionary church in bringing education to Africa. But then the critique comes with Goodluck Jonathan of Nigeria when he says, yes, the African chiefs allowed children of the third and fourth wife to go to mission schools, but the children of the first and second wife never went to school. So at the time of independence, this became the resistance movement that actually has created chaos in Africa. The educated took power, but the uneducated never took power, but the uneducated had more power. So who should you listen to? That's a big area of research that some of us are involved in. So thank you very much, Mupelelo Mojo. We now go to our last presenter, who is Dr. Evaristi Magoti Corneli. We know him as the younger brother of the late Professor Magesa. And we are currently working together on a book in honor of Laurenti Magesa. So Professor is currently a member of the academic community of the Tanzania Institute of Education, as well as a member of the Commissioner of Education Committee, a body responsible for education policies in Tanzania. He is also a coordinator and principal investigator towards two projects, the Varied Project, sponsored by the European Union in order to enhance religious dialogue and intercultural relations between university students in Europe and Africa. Let's put our hands together and welcome Evaristi Magoti, the younger brother of Laurenti Magesa. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you, Chair. Am I heard there in the auditorium?
Yes, you are loud and clear.
Hello?
Hello, we hear you.
Yes. Good, good. May I ask someone there to share my slides, please? Very good, very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I wanted to share with you some ideas about the encounter between African religion and Christianity in sub-Saharan Africa. Another slide, please. I wanted to focus, by way of introduction, I want to say that the consequences of the encounter between African religion and Christianity have been so well documented that it may seem tedious to students of African religion and Christianity to repeat them here. Still, one must allude to them in order to explain the ambivalence of faith in Africa. Scholars of African religion such as Bolaji Dogu, Jerome Mbiti, Laurenti Magesa have shown that the encounter has been characterized by conflict and a mutual enrichment. So what I will be doing now is to identify areas of conflict. Now here I must emphasize that I'm not trying to make any moral or ethical judgment about the conflicts themselves. I'm just narrating the situation or the events as they happen, and I leave to each one of us to make his or her own conclusions, or moral conclusions or ethical conclusions. So one area of conflict was in social life. In the beginning, there was only African religion. The arrival of Christianity and Islam created religious pluralism.
Hello? Evariste, we can't hear anymore. Evariste, can you hear us?
No, we can't.
Okay, network. 2 minutes, yeah?
We're disconnected. Hello?
Yeah, welcome back.
Thank you very much. So I was saying that the whole system of, the plurality of religions gave rise to religious conflicts, a situation which gave birth to interreligious dialogue. A whole system of taboos and rituals which had controlled the entire life of Africans were replaced by Christian and Islamic taboos and rituals. Western ideas of rationalism were, in some senses, Christian ideas of rationalism led some Africans to doubt their own religious traditions, a situation that gave rise to secularism. Another slide, please. Christian ideas of individualism sanctified monogamy at the expense of polygamous marriages in the continent. Education, traditionally provided to boys and girls, became an exclusive reserve of boys and men. Education also created a cadre of African elites. We shall see later on how they operated afterwards. Other areas of conflict include patterns of dressing, greetings, occupation, design of houses, and politics. Some have gone as to say that Christianity, the history of Africa, or the history of Africa they say that Africa was created by Europe and by Christianity, mainly because of their influence in the life of Africans. Another slide, please. Another slide. Language. Languages. Christianity. Yes. Languages. Christianity killed traditional languages and promoted the language of the evangelizers, either English, French, Portuguese, and so forth. Names, traditional names were demonized and replaced by Christian names, which were in fact European names. Food, traditional food was replaced by European food. Music and dance, traditional dances were undermined and Western dances and music were promoted. Please. Worship is another area of conflict. Traditionally, Africans worshipped the supreme being through Menene, Mana, God. Those who profess Christianity worship God directly through church services, prayers, songs, and meditations. Ancestor veneration or worship still exists, but it is under stress today from Christianity. It is often, because of that, it is often practiced in secrecy. Destruction of shrines and groves. Christians believe that God can only be worshipped in a building called church, and not in a shrine or sacred groves. Worshipping in such places was considered idol worship, and I would imagine even today. Trees in forests, traditionally called evil forests, known to the Africans to be an abode of maligned spirits, were cut down to build churches, schools, and hospitals. Another slide, please. birth, naming rights and ceremonies. This is another area of conflict. The birth of a child was a community event. It is a moment when the child is introduced into the family and is initiated into membership connected with the ancestral world for protection and intimacy. The missionaries and the present day Christian churches have condemned such practices of dedicating the child to the ancestors to be selfish and somehow primitive. Christians preach against them and demand their replacement with baptism and confirmation and other sacraments. Burial rites, rituals, and the ceremonies are also under stress. Tradition of burial rites, rituals, and ceremonies still exist, but many Africans have adopted Christian rituals and ceremonies during the events. Widow inheritance, the practice still exists in some ethnic groups, but it is under pressure from Christianity and from Western-backed NGOs and their centrities. Destruction of safety net for orphans, elderly, and the poor. In traditional societies or African religion, elderly and the poor were taken, orphans, elderly, and the poor were taken care by the extended family. There were no orphanages or old age houses. These are new inventions which came with either Christianity or modernity. There are also areas of mutual enrichment, as scholars suggested to us. And one area is the health services. The creation and establishment of modern medicine has improved the health of many Africans, a situation that has decreased the mortality rate of many Black people in Africa south of the Sahara. Leading to the decline of some of the traditional beliefs, such as sacrificial rituals. At the same time, many traditional religious ideas continue to influence Christian practices. In fact, there are those who are saying that Christianity is no longer a Western religion. It has become an African religion. Africans have embraced it so much that it has become part and parcel of their life. The Bible, traditionally known, has become a source of inspiration for so many Africans. The discussion about the formation of African initiated churches is a consequence of this transformation. Another slide, please. Political consequences. Issues with so many Africans who later on led anti-colonial struggles. In that way, Christianity contributed to the following. Human rights, justice, and the new forms of governments. Conclusion. The encounter between African religion and Christianity has been marked by conflicts and mutual enrichment. While Christianity led to the decline of some of the traditional practices and introduced a new one, and introduced new religious and cultural forms, it also gave rise to African Christian theology, enriched Christian worship, expanded education, and the formation of African Christianity. Today, the encounter is a continuous process of dialogue, adaptation, inculturation, for mutual enrichment. Thank you for listening and for your patience.
Thank you very much, Professor Magoti, and thank you for everybody who has presented. I think I'll seek the indulgence of the chair of the conference, whether we open up or we close. We want to go for lunch, but at the same time, we have knowledge to share. A few minutes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nalugala, and thank you, the presenter. I think we can do 7 minutes for questions, then we go for lunch, because we might lose the presenters online and the momentum might go down, and then when they come back, we don't have. So it just give maybe like 2 questions, 3 questions, and please just ask what you really want to know, not what we want to know ourselves. Okay. Just we have 3, and the speakers, you just say what the person wants to know, not what they would have known yesterday. So thank you. Can somebody put up their hand? Just those that want, if at all their interventions, just for a few minutes, then we break.
There's a hand online.
Okay. There's a hand online, please. You can go while we wait for others.
Yes, I'm Dr. Valerio William, Mujini from the University of Dar es Salaam. I thank the presenters for their interesting and quite provoking discussions. One of my comments was directed to a question that on what then can be done to raise to harmonize the conflicting patterns that have been attributed to African indigenous kind of religion, and on what basis can we have this recovery? Do we have to have the Bible written in our own perspectives? What would be the way forward? I thank you.
Thank you. Any particular person, or we go direct to any of the speakers who is ready to give their reply? Magoti?
Be interested to both the Professor Moyo and the Professor Magoti.
Okay, please go ahead. Moyo?
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't know, but as I said, the Bible is no longer a Western book. The Bible has become an African book, if you want, telling the story of God opposing Jewish people, but also the African people. So I don't know whether it needs to be translated. Of course, there are translations, almost in every language now. Here in Tanzania, we have the Bible version of the Swahili version of the Bible. Whether that has made that better, people are not sure, but people can explore.
Thank you.
But I don't know, I really don't have an answer at this moment, but I think all the efforts that are being made towards the cultivation, towards making African Christianity more relevant to African culture, to people, to the culture of the African people, I think those are relevant efforts which should not be undermined. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other person?
Surface is the African interpretation of the Bible, because when translations were done, they were done by missionaries who in many ways did not understand the African worldview or wanted to promote a certain agenda. And so in the recent years, when Africans have also been involved in the translation, we began to see some changes in terms of words that were used, in terms of the thrust. So things are happening on their own way without necessarily asking to rewrite the Bible, but I think it's much more the interpretation of the text and how Africans understand the text. We have not understood it the way missionaries wanted us to understand it, but we understand it within our own context, given our own backgrounds. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. Yeah, there is something which was said here by the lecturer or the doctor, the professor, that the educated took power and the
check.
Yeah, I'm very interested to know or to get answers. The educated took more power, and the uneducated took power, and those who are uneducated took more power. Whom can we listen to more? Thank you.
Yeah, that was me in a very provocative way, just to help us reflect about the meaning of education. Does it mean that when you have Western education, you are educated, and if you don't have it, you're not educated? So there is a study that has gone on, and it was triggered by Goodluck Jonathan, the former president of Nigeria. He was saying that the wives of the first and second, of the chief, first and second, you know, the chiefs were polygamous. So the first and the second, those ones were entitled to becoming chiefs or kings. So they did not have to go to mission schools. But to appease the missionaries, the wives of the third and the fourth wife went to school. Balance. And therefore, at the time of independence, and you can even study in Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta was not the son of the first or second wife, was actually the third. And this kind of people got education and became leaders. The other one is by William Anderson, when he's looking at the incursion of Christianity from 1874 to 1974. Very interesting study. He looks at different missionary groups coming to Africa, especially in East Africa. And then when missionaries came, Africans were very welcoming. Oh, you have come, oh, come, yeah, you put your house here, build here, that's okay. But when they ask to give us your children, say, this one is going to be a chief, let's give them the other children. And so the children of the third and the fourth wife went to school. At time of independence, whom would you really give power to? That's the question. And that has been one of the triggers of conflict in Africa even today. Because people are still fighting for that space to get back what was entitled to them. And so these so-called royal families or the privileged families are coming from these houses of chiefs. So with that, actually, we are coming to the end. So first of all, let's clap for ourselves for being active members. And we'd like to appreciate Matteo Rovellini for his research on Mission of Africa and the question of slavery. Mpumelo Mojo from Arupe Jesuit University, Zimbabwe. And Evariste Magoti Corneli, the younger brother of the late Laurent Magesa from Dar es Salaam. Let's appreciate them again. I think there are a couple of questions that have left unanswered because we are looking at religion and power dynamics, colonial legacies. So we need to ask ourselves, like Jomo Kenyatta would say, forgive me for this colonialistic language, me speaking in English to people when you're talking about African culture. Perhaps if we cannot have a common language or communication, suppose all of us spoke our own language, what would happen? So education helps us to understand one another, to communicate, to collaborate, build networks without losing our cultural identity. I think that's what we are pulling out of this session. and that if we understand one another, then there should be no conflict. And lastly, as for the innocent, like saying, education should not help make us become persons of conflict, but we should learn to celebrate our differences. So thank you very much. I hand back to the organizers.
Let's give our moderator a better clap than that. Thank you very much, Dr. Nalugala, for that good presentation with your group. And we thank you very much. And those questions that are still within our mind, you want to express, go to the YouTube. And also you can always see how we can reach out to have those questions answered. And please network during lunch. Now we break for lunch and we try to come back at 2:20. 2:20. The lunch is ready, is only having our lunch. Please 2:20. And please mix yourself together with others so that you can learn. And can we pray for our lunch before we leave? In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Bless us, O Lord, and these are gifts which you are about to receive from your goodness through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Yes. You can pick your lunch and you come inside to sit. If at all there is no seat outside there. And please mind the floor in case it pours and you slip down and fall.
wa milele, Mungu wa upendo ni nani? Wa milele, Mungu wa upendo ni anazungukia maisha yetu, anazungukia maisha yetu, anatujazia baraka zake, anatujazia baraka zake. Wa milele, Mungu wa upendo ni nani? Wa milele, Mungu wa upendo ni Yesu. Wa milele, Mungu wa amani ni Yesu. Wa milele, Mungu wa upendo ni anazungukia maisha yetu, anazungukia maisha yetu, anatujazia baraka zake, anatujazia baraka zake, anatulinda kila siku, anatulinda kila siku, kila siku.
Welcome. So thank you very much. That was a prayer for this afternoon. So we are starting within few minutes, within 3 minutes time. So the ones that have not yet come in, please come and we start. Come in front, please. Why do you want to sit behind? Religion, gender, and dynamics. Actually, this is very important for each one of us because this is part of the key of the theme of what we are of our conference today. So the chairperson for this session 3 is Mr. Anastasio. Anastasio. I repeat again, not Anastasia. Mr. Anastasio Nyaga. He's the one going to lead us with this session. And he's from Tangaza University, Kenya. Anastasio Nyaga is a Kenyan citizen by birth. Academically, he holds a master's degree in philosophy from Salesian University, Rome. He also holds a master's degree in education, specializing in curriculum studies from St. Augustine University of Tangaza, of Tanzania. Currently, Nyaga is pursuing a doctorate studies in philosophy at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. Nyaga is a lecturer at Tangaza University. He teaches at the Institute of Philosophy and Theology and at the School of Arts and Social Sciences. He is currently the program leader in the Institute of Philosophy. Besides, Nyaga is a part-time philosophy lecturer at the Apostles of Jesus Institute of Philosophy and Theology. Previously, he has taught at Don Bosco's College of Philosophy and Education in Moshi, Tanzania, and also at Jordan University College, Morogoro, Tanzania. Nyaga has a considerable experience in scholarly world. He has presented several papers in a number of conferences here in Tangaza and the neighboring institutes. He has also moderated panels at different fields of academia. Some of his conferences papers have been published as book chapters and scholar journals. Besides, his teaching task at Tangaza University is currently engaged in his PhD research. His teaching task at Tangaza University is currently engaged in his PhD research, which specializes in moral philosophy. Mr. Nyaga, Anastasio, you are most welcome to moderate this session, and we thank you for opportunity and accepting to be part of us. So thank you very much. Karibu.
Thank you so much, sister. Thank you for not confusing my gender. Okay, thanks a lot. Good afternoon to you all. So I take this opportunity to welcome you to this third session, as you have heard. And in this third session, we are discussing the topic on religion and gender dynamics. And in a minute, I was trying to find out what this could mean. I know it will be elaborated more in the articles presented. Religion and gender dynamics refers to the complex interplay between religious beliefs, institutions, and the socially constructed roles, behaviors, and identities assigned to men, women, and gender minorities. It explores how faith shapes societal expectations and, conversely, how gender influences an individual's spiritual experience and religious participation. That is what religion and gender dynamics is. And we have 3 presenters this afternoon. We are very privileged. One of the presenters will be present face-to-face. They will be interfaced, and 2 others will be online. The first one is online. Dr. Veneranda Babazi from Makerere University, Uganda. Professor Veneranda Babazi is an associate professor and the head of Department of Religion and Peace Studies at Makerere University. She holds a PhD in theology and religious studies from Katholieke Universität, Wayne, and master's degrees in ethics and development studies from Uganda Matters University. She serves on the management team of the Makerere Rotary Peace Center, where he oversees administrative functions and contributes to the development of the peace education initiatives. Professor Babazi has played a significant role in designing and facilitating professional short courses in peace building and conflict transformation. Her research and publications focus on gender and leadership, peace building, conflict transformation, ethics and development, and countering violent extremism. Through academic scholarship, teaching and community engagement, she has contributed substantially to the advancing peace and social transformation in Uganda and the broader African region. Our presentation will be on women's invisibility and subordination in Islam and Christianity, the case of Africa. Professor, I don't know whether you are online. Are you there, Professor, please? Hello? Professor, can you hear us? Mm-hmm. Maybe we can go to the next if Professor is not online. Maybe she is setting up a gadget. Okay, let's go to the next presenter who is with us here. She has been here since morning. Professor Philomena Jerry Mwaura, Dr. Mwaura. Professor Mwaura teaches in the Philosophy and Religious Studies Department, Kenyatta University, Kenya. She is a former director of the Center for Gender Equity and Empowerment in the same university. Professor Mwaura is a former president of the International Association for Mission Studies and a former coordinator of the Theology Commission, African Region, of the Ecumenical Association of the Third World Theologians. Since 2021, Professor has been a member of the Ontological Committee of the World Forum for Theology and Reparation. She is a member of the Circle of Concerned Women, African Women Theologians, and chairperson of the board of the Collaborative Center for Gender and Development, Kenya. Professor has taught and published extensively on various aspects of African Christianity, African Catholicism, new religious movement, Pentecostal and charismatic movement churches, gender and theology, gender and religion in public life. And the professor will present to us the topic on the Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians, challenging colonial legacies of gender inequality and promoting gender justice. You have heard in a biography, there's a lot of word gender repeating itself. I think we are the right person here. Please let us welcome her with a big applause. Ikubwa zaidi because she is here with us, so that you can hear well. Thank you so much, Prof. Welcome. Yeah, maybe you can project the slides, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anastasio Nyaga. I'm going to speak on the Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians and how it has been challenging colonial legacies of gender inequality and also promoting gender justice since it's started. So I'll begin by saying something little or a few words about what the circle is, what it does, and then after that I'll look at how it has been challenging colonial legacies of gender inequality. So what is the Circle of Concerned African Women Theologians? Hereafter I'll be referring to it as the Circle. It is a Pan-African ecumenical association of women from Africa and the African diaspora. It is an academic association which encourages and supports its members to engage in researching, publishing, and interacting with communities on issues relating to religion and theology. It is a decentralized, non-hierarchical network with chapters across East, West, Central, Southern, and even North Africa and the diaspora. The Circle's main agenda since its inception and today is to investigate how religions affect women's lives and how they can be interpreted for the empowerment of women and their communities. So how did the circles begin? Mase Amba Oduyoye, whom Professor Getui referred to earlier, a Ghanaian theologian, is credited with founding the circle in Accra, Ghana in 1989 at its first General Assembly. The circle has its roots in the ecumenical movement, theological associations, and the global women's movement, which inspired the members to express their theological and social concerns. The first root is the modern missionary movement in the 19th and 20th centuries. This movement, despite some shortcomings, gave women autonomy and a platform on which to challenge the negative social and theological traditions that affected their well-being and human dignity. The second root or strand is the worldwide women's movement and Western feminist theologies, which exposed the structures within the church and society that oppressed and discriminated against women. This led to the demand for wholeness and liberation for women and other marginalized groups. The third is the ecumenical movement, represented by the World Council of Churches, which put women's issues on its agenda, acknowledging women's humanity and contribution to the church. The fourth strand is the struggle for political and ecclesiastical liberation in the 20th century throughout the continent. And although it led to religious and political self-determination, it unwittingly ignored patriarchy and sexism and its impact on women. The Ecumenical Association of Third World Theologians also played a key role in providing African women theologians a forum to express their views and network. African women within ITWOT were actually the pioneers of the circle, and Professor Getui has also been a prominent member of ITWOT. The circle's main objective is to be the voice of the voiceless women at the grassroots, thus making the African woman visible and giving her existence its rightful recognition and dignity. It also seeks to promote academic research and writing by African women, ensuring their perspectives are included in theological literature and the church. Ultimately, the circle provides space for African women to reflect on how their diverse struggles have been shaped and influenced by the historical, religious, cultural, and theological milieu in which they live. It also provided spaces for mentorship for women and especially young scholars. These issues, reflections, have been and are still carried out through national, regional, Pan-African, and continental conferences and workshops. So what are the activities of the circle? As already mentioned, one activity is to research on how women's lived experiences shape theological reflection. Secondly, they critique patriarchal and colonial constructs and promotes women's empowerment and gender equality. 3, the circle recognizes that any issue that is important to women has profound implications for the church. They also demonstrate that women's lived experiences, work in theology, and pastoral ministry is central to understanding African Christianity and the everyday practice of the faith. Fourthly, like their counterparts in the rest of the world, African women theologians are conscious of the web of oppression that women live under. They therefore feel a compulsion to resolve these issues and put emphasis on praxis and action. They see theology as an ongoing process and are committed to life, justice, and freedom from oppression. African women theologians call the church to repentance for its role in the subjugation of women. Musimbi Kanyoro argues that women's theology in Africa has brought about a renewal and reformation not yet realized by the church. So what are African women's theologies? African women's theology or theologies is a distinct theological movement that centers the experiences and perspectives of women in their reflections on faith, culture, and society. It is a formal and systematic feminist theology which have roots in the work of the circle, as I have said. Initially, African women felt excluded and voiceless in mainstream theological and other discourses, hence the need for space to reflect theologically on societal concerns from women's perspective or perspectives. African women's theology is a protest against women's forced silence, and to quote Oduyoye and Kanyoro, and a wake-up call to African women to rise and fight against forces of injustice that surround them. African women theologians therefore began utilizing the feminist approaches in the late 1980s as more women became exposed to higher theological training. So how does African women's theology, as expressed by the circle and its varieties of various researches, challenge patriarchal and colonial structures? It does this through, one, critique of double colonization. Musa Dumbe, for example, a theologian formerly from Botswana, now living in the US, and other African women theologians argue that the process of colonization resulted in double colonization for African women. That is oppression by both Western colonial frameworks, which introduced gender, misogynistic gender roles and indigenous patriarchal traditions as well. African women view patriarchal culture as the arena of their struggle and oppression. Musimbi Kanyoro, again from Kenya, argues that culture is to African women's liberation theology what race relations are to African womanist theologian, African American womanist theologians. The culture contains practices that dehumanize women. It socializes women, desocializes women to be submissive, unassuming, sacrificing, and tolerant of certain dispositions that are life-threatening. Their enforcement, for example, in oral tradition, the media, and in practice, often makes women objects of cultural preservation, as she further says. Culture has therefore silenced African women in Africa, many of them, and made them unable to experience the liberating promises of God. African women's theology seeks strategies for transforming attitudes, beliefs, and practices in their own culture, and fencing off those waiting to use our culture to adorate us. Kanyoro adds that culture is to be analyzed with reference to those who maintain it and those who it impacts. The critique should of necessity be from a gender perspective as well as other perspectives. For example, class, race, ethnicity, disability, since women's actions are deeply rooted in patriarchal socialization. Another way is decolonial hermeneutics. The circle rereads the Bible and traditional oral histories to delegitimize oppressive doctrines. They critically filter out these elements while preserving the women's sensitive, empowering aspects of African heritage. African women's theologians recognize that the Bible depicts other people's cultures. They are aware that not everything in culture is liberating, hence they approach it with caution. Being aware of the positive and life-affirming messages of Scripture, they proceed to reflect on women's experiences in the light of the biblical text or the traditions of a specific Christian tradition or ecumenical Christianity. There is a dynamic and creative tension between women's experiences as they are based in their context on the one hand, and the reflection on the biblical text and tradition on the other. Another approach is utilizing post-colonial biblical hermeneutics. Musa Dube again examines how the Bible has been used to colonize Africa while simultaneously reclaiming it as a text of resistance against imperialism and HIV and AIDS. Madipwane Masinya from South Africa developed what she called Bosadi reading strategy to reread the Old Testament from the perspective of Northern Sotho Swana women, focusing on family life, patriarchy, and the strength of African womanhood. In many instances, women's experiences of the text and tradition will reveal that there are liberational and life-giving aspects of the text and tradition which sustains life and inspires new hope and new possibilities for women. On the other hand, in some other instances, women's experiences reveal patriarchal practices and doctrines in the church tradition, which is often legitimized by referring to patriarchal aspects of this Bible. This reflects the patriarchal context in which the text was originally written. The guiding principle that African women theologians use to interpret and reinterpret specific passages from the Bible is that of liberation, salvation, which Christ hath effected and will bring it about fully in the Shalomitic future. Liberation of the whole communities of men, women, boys and girls from oppressive and unjust structures which hinder them from realizing their full humanity. Another approach is the use of is what they call narrative theology. And this is recognizing that colonial theology often silenced indigenous voices. The African women theologies employs a narrative approach. Women are encouraged to document their own stories and lived experiences of faith, effectively making themselves the authors of their own histories. Part of these traditions are stories, both personal and folk tales, which are also recognized as sources of theology. Masenya, also from South Africa, an Old Testament scholar, has also proposed the use of stories from the African worldview alongside the Bible stories as an effective method of interpreting the Bible in Africa. Storytelling has also the purpose of changing the roles of women from being observers and victims into participants and actors in history. Piri, a Malawian South African theologian, also comments that the act of storytelling or delving into the past encourages introspection and reflections of our experiences. We begin to hear our past in a new light, and this consequently makes us read the present differently. African women's pushback against the colonial practice of having external scholars define African experiences. It operates on the principle that a one-winged bird cannot fly, meaning theology cannot function properly when women are excluded from education and scholarly discourse, hence their engagement in narrative theology. Another approach is addressing social realities. The Circle on African Women's Theology, having directly tackled systemic challenges, producing pivotal theological reflections and practical frameworks for responding to HIV and AIDS pandemic. They have directly tackled systemic challenges by producing pivotal theological reflections and practical frameworks for responding to, for example, HIV and AIDS, gender-based violence, and issues of women ordination, and so forth. So how does it address social realities? African women's theologies have direct gender. So one of the issues is gender-based violence, which, as we know, is a global concern, not just a national concern, and it increases during every type of emergency, whether economic crisis, conflict, or disease outbreaks, pre-existing social norms, and gender inequalities, and so forth. Pandemics like COVID-19 coupled with political crisis. All these crises exacerbates the prevalence of gender-based violence. the SACCO is potentially able to extend their reach and influence into different countries, regions, religions, cultures, as a force of liberation that addresses the underlying causes of GBV, namely toxic social norms and gender inequalities, through advocacy and training. So beyond traditional theological education, the SACCO applies its research to these pressing concerns, addressing how women are disproportionately affected, for example, by poverty, climate change, trauma, and so forth. Members actively engage with local communities, churches, and academic institutions to promote healing and challenge these cultural practices in patriarchal societies. Another, before I come to a close, is mainstreaming gender in responding to HIV and AIDS. This is one area the SACCO pioneered in its mainstreaming of gender in theological education and in responding to HIV and AIDS. And this confronted and disrupted legitimizing theologies of gender inequality and patriarchy, both of which are also implicated in gender-based violence, which is a key driver of higher prevalence rates of infection of women and vulnerable people, men and children. Finally, another area that the SACCO challenges colonial gender inequalities is through engendering theological education. The SACCO has transformed theological curriculum by integrating women lived experiences, challenging patriarchal and colonial paradigms, and centering gender justice, Africanization, and decoloniality. They have systematically injected humanist, intersectional, African feminist theories into the classroom. This introduces tools like the intersectional see, judge, and act approach, which helps students analyze how gender, culture, and power interact in society. The SACCO has promoted the integration of gender-sensitive, inclusive curricula and nurtured a new generation of African women theologians. Methodologically, the SACCO also established a curriculum ethos that uses African women's grassroots stories and raw data as foundational texts, creating new interpretative lenses for biblical hermeneutics and theology. So in conclusion, I can say that the above approaches demonstrate how the SACCO, through a decolonial lens in African women's theologies, biblical hermeneutics, and analysis of African culture, social realities, challenges colonial inequalities, and promotes gender justice. Sorry, I went very fast. I thought I was getting caught up the time. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Please, let's give a hand clap than that, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Maura, for that wonderful presentation on what the SACCO of Women does. And I have got some points here. I'll not say all of them. Two are important. What I've got, that the biggest role that our agenda is to be the voice of the voiceless. The voice of the voiceless. And I was also touched by the fact that they are not working from the blue. They are rooted in the major world bodies, like worldwide women movement, ecumenical movement, even other bodies that she mentioned. I think it was a very wonderful presentation this afternoon on this very critical issue on gender. Actually, is so much pervasive even today. We know that. So we'll come back to you again when we are having the discussions. maybe you even help us to understand how we can join the movement. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm not sure whether she's there. Professor Babazi, is there? Or we go to the cherry? Okay, we go to the last one. So let's have a second presentation from Dr. Cherry Muslim, who is a senior lecturer in the Islamic Studies, the discipline of theology and religion, and the director of the Islamic Studies Research Unit. She is a PI in the NRF-funded German-South African International Research Training Group for Transformative Religion and situated in Orange, PhD cohort, and a teaching professor in the Virtue Exegesis in Religious Euro-African Dialogue Variant Program, an innovative pedagogical religious dialogue through virtual learning at universities in the global South Africa and global North Italy, promoted by Fondazione per forgive me for that one, Italiano. She is also a co-editor for the Journal of Islamic Studies and a member of the Animal Research Ethics Committee. Her research interests include Muslim feminist, digital activism, digital religion, Islam and Muslims, digital research methodologies, indigenous research methodologies, decoloniality, gender and sexuality, and more recently, AI, issues to do with AI. Our community activism is harnessed through the progressive spaces of the Muslim personal law network and taking Islam to the people. Dr. Cherry is going to present to us topic on who speaks for Islam, Muslim women, digital media, and religious inequality in South Africa. You are so much welcome, Dr. Cherry, please. Let's welcome her with a clap, please. Sana, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Niaga, and thank you to the organizers of this conference and for what seems to be quite a successful conference at that. So I'm going to start with my presentation. I've actually called it, I don't know if you have my presentation, maybe I should just share that. There we go. Okay, thank you. So my paper is called Digital Branding and Policing of Female Religious Voice, the Tip Backlash and Muslim Women's Agency in South Africa. So today I discuss a critical incident that occurred in February 2024 when women members from Taking Islam to the People Committee participated in a community radio station called Radio Al-Insaf's late night show discussion titled Can Women Pray in the Mosque? The discussion triggered intense backlash from segments of the South African Muslim community, particularly in Durban, including religious scholars and radio station affiliates. This critique unfolded primarily across WhatsApp groups, the radio station, and Facebook, where digital spaces became sites for questioning both the content of the discussion and the legitimacy of women's participation in public religious debates. The question itself, can women pray in the mosque, touches on contested issues within Islamic jurisprudence and practice. In fact, Tip felt it was the wrong question to be asking in the first place, that it is old, long debated, and past itself, I think. So while women's prayer in mosques is not prohibited in Islamic text, practices vary significantly across Muslim communities globally. In many South African mosques, women either pray in separate spaces, have limited access to main prayer halls, or face informal and formal discouragement from regular mosque attendance, generalizing to some degree. This is particularly prevalent in Durban and Johannesburg. Cape Town, on the other hand, is broadly more accommodating of women in mosque spaces. The incident provides a lens for understanding how social media platforms function as contested zones in contemporary South African Muslim discourse, particularly around questions of gender,
religious authority, and theological interpretation. TIP, as an organization committed to progressive Islamic interpretations and gender justice, found itself at the center of a digital storm that revealed underlying tensions about one, who has the right to speak about Islam, and two, under what conditions. These tensions are not new to the broader discourse on Islam. However, the questions asked for this paper are: how do social media platforms enable gendered religious surveillance and policing within Muslim communities? Two, what discursive strategies are deployed to delegitimize Muslim women's religious voice in digital spaces? Importantly, how do Muslim women navigate the dual dynamics of empowerment and vulnerability in digital religious spaces? And this speaks to the ambivalence of this conference. And number four, what does this case reveal about authority negotiations in South African Muslim digital public? So a bit of a background to the invitation to this radio station. Prior to the Nightline broadcast, a video had circulated widely on social media platforms, particularly WhatsApp, depicting a Muslim woman who had positioned herself in the rear row of the men's section of a mosque in a Durban suburb for the Friday Jummah prayer. The imam of the mosque approached her, insisting that she vacate the space and relocate to the women's section upstairs, asserting that she had no legitimate claim to occupy this area. Several men already present for Salah encircled her and reinforced the imam's admonishment. The woman can clearly be heard in the video, footage captured by one of the congregants, asserting that the Prophet had granted her permission to occupy the space through the Sunnah. This confrontation intensified and became increasingly hostile until her departure. This was neither the first occasion nor the first mosque where she had attempted to situate herself in the main section. It was in response to this incident that TIP was called onto the platform. Initially we weren't going to go, but eventually we joined, and when we arrived there, the woman from the video was also present. So what were the key discussion points raised by TIP? So I'm part of TIP, which is why I'm speaking about this. So we initiated the discourse by contextualizing our participation through the attendance that same morning at a janaza and burial of a prominent woman in the community. She was the founding member of the Women's Cultural Group, and she's also the editor of the internationally acclaimed Indian Delight cookbook. This reference carried particular significance given Mrs. Meyer's ideological trajectory within the community. Her position evolved from initial opposition to women's presence in mosque spaces to regular mosque attendance until she could no longer attend for health reasons, to eventually culminating in her delivery of a khutbah at one of TIP's Eid congregation. This constituted a deliberate strategy by the panelists, and Mrs. Meyer's progressive engagement with mosque spaces functioned as a form of religious legitimation for many women in the Muslim community. So the panelists structured their intervention around the following thematic motivations. One, historical evidence documenting women's mosque attendance during the prophetic period. Two, contemporary institutional and social barriers impeding women's mosque access. Three, Quranic and Hadith textual evidence substantiating women's religious participation. Four, critical interrogation of gender segregation practices in contemporary Muslim contexts. And lastly, broader concerns regarding women's inclusion in religious communal life, particularly concerning representation in mosque government structures, for example, mosque board participation. These frameworks represented established scholarly discourse on gender dimensions of Islamic practice rather than novel or theologically controversial interventions. However, during the course of the broadcast, which incorporated listener call-in participation, it became evident that community response was predominantly oppositional to the ideological position articulated by the panelists. While a minority of callers expressed support, the majority upheld normative patriarchal interpretations advanced by the ulama that women did not belong in mosque spaces. While two directors of Al-Ansar arrived at the studio and demanded immediate termination of the program, the panelists were also advised of a car driving past while firing bullets at the studio building. Eventually, to calm the rising anger, the host negotiated a compromise with the director, whereby the Al-Ansar Mufti would be afforded an opportunity to respond following the panelists' contributions. This was done without the initial knowledge of the panelists and was opposed by them when they were informed. And so what was the backlash? Well, this commenced immediately after radio broadcast and of course started during it, with audio recordings, particularly the Mufti's response, circulating rapidly through the established community networks. WhatsApp functioned as the primary forum for initial critique, with closed groups among religious scholars, community leaders, and radio figures, enabling more extreme rhetorical expressions and facilitating coordinated response strategy. The platform's end-to-end encryption and closed group architecture created what Bernardi and Butt termed WhatsApp vigilantism, spaces where surveillance, judgment, and mobilization occur beyond public accountability structures. The Mufti's recorded commentary in particular, disseminated strategically later in the week, exemplifies this mobilization. And I'm just going to quote a short excerpt from it, where he says, "This panel was a disaster, a disgrace, a disservice to Islam, and totally haram program. It went viral and thousands of people benefited and gave the true perspective of Islam." So that's he's talking about his response. The hosts were incompetent and the guests were incompetent. We cannot allow people to fiddle with our Islam and bring in ladies in the studio to come on minbar and hijack our mosque. So this was part of his response. Paradoxically, WhatsApp also served as the predominant platform for expressions of support and encouragement directed towards panelists, revealing the platform's function in creating parallel, segregated publics rather than a unified discourse of spaces. Facebook enabled broader community mobilization through posts on individual pages, community group pages, and sharing mechanisms. The platform functioned as a space for public performance of disapproval, while also providing forums, particularly for male community members, to articulate theological positions regarding women's mosque access, irrespective of their formal religious credentials or training. Radio Al-Ansar, the community radio station itself, became an instrument of disciplinary messaging, broadcasting multiple times daily throughout the subsequent week. Sorry, this just happened. Something happened at my window. Sorry, it was a bit. So the radio Al-Ansar was also an instrument of disciplinary messaging, where they disseminated this recording and where they distanced themselves from the panelists from TIP. So this was a public disciplining mechanism. TIP attempted to mobilize a counter-discourse or resistance through Instagram, initiating the hashtag campaign Women in Mosque and encouraging women to share images of themselves praying in local mosques using the KZN Women in Mosque hashtag. However, this initiative failed to generate substantial traction, revealing the limitations of digital resistance strategies in confronting organized opposition backed by institutional religious authority. So the backlash employed specific branding strategies to delegitimize TIP's religious voice and participation. And this is documented by scholars examining gendered cyber hate, where online harassment directed at women manifests distinctive forms, including sexual threat, reputation attacks, and coordinated silencing campaigns in this format of WhatsApp vigilantism. So how did this occur? Well, there was this discursive strategy positioned TIP's advocacy as culturally inauthentic, where pejorative labels such as feminazis or queer khatibas that construct women's rights advocacy as Western imposition. There was also this creation of false violence between Western and Islamic, that he raised complex histories of transnational Islamic thought and indigenous feminist traditions within Muslim society. It also enabled critics to evade engaging with theological substance by dismissing Tipp's arguments as culturally inauthentic based on participants' progressive positionality and gender. There was also this idea of immodest or improper conduct. The strategy of delegitimization policed the public religious participation through gendered norms of modesty, where they asserted that women should not speak boldly or confidently about religious matters. They invoked Islamic conduct requiring women's deference to male scholars. In other words, a male was called in to speak to what the woman had said and structured this as the male voices being legitimate as opposed to the illegitimate voice of the woman. It also suggested that public discussions reflect lack of modesty or haya. And then also the idea that the public media appearances as exposing themselves, although it was a radio station, and that this was shameless and therefore a moral transgression. As feminist scholars of religion observe, this pattern is not just in Islam, but it transcends that. It manifests across multiple faith traditions. Women who speak publicly can be branded as immodest simply for the act of speaking, regardless of content. This represents religious gatekeeping, the process of defining who constitutes legitimate religious authority and what qualifies as acceptable religious interpretation. By questioning the woman's religious literacy and knowledge, and just so that you know, there were two academics, both in Islamic studies. There was an attorney who is an activist who works in Muslim personal law, and an occupational therapist who is also a prominent activist and also works in terms of gender justice. So these women's knowledge was questioned, right? And so their religious literacy and knowledge was questioned, and critics asserted that only specific individuals, male scholars with traditional credentials, is the right to interpret Islamic texts and tradition. Gender itself is for lack of religious authority. So women's in terms of the empowerment and the vulnerability. The TIP case reveals a fundamental contradiction in women's digital religious participation. The platforms enable exposes them to intensified surveillance and discipline. So although digital platforms offer what appears to be democratized religious authority, enabling universal participation, this visibility simultaneously renders women vulnerable to related backlash, harassment, violent threats, and social sanctioning. Every public statement becomes subject to community surveillance and judgment. Digital platforms amplify disciplinary power, enabling rapid mobilization of opposition and permanent documentation. So women's increased visibility in religious discourse provoked intensified efforts to police and contain their participation, extending to spatial exclusion as experienced by TIP members. The TIP case also demonstrates that religious authority in the digital age is not democratized but contested through creative forms of informal policing that simultaneously challenge and reinscribe traditional hierarchy. Traditional authority structures adapt to digital context, and rather than disappearing, male ulama and religious institutions utilize social media to reassert authority, mobilizing community disapproval against challenges, while informal networks exercise significant power in defining legitimate and illegitimate religious discourse. This dynamic places Muslim women in untenable position, advocating for gender justice, invites accusations of Western influence, accommodating patriarchal norms requires sacrificing rights and agency. That's this ambivalence, this paradox. The concept of authenticity itself becomes weaponized against women's claims to religious authority. Moreover, what manifests as spontaneous community outrage. Functions are nearly finished. I can see you getting your mic ready. The TIP backlash strategies constituting hate speech, such as reputation attacks designed to damage TIP women's standing within the community, delegitimizing rhetoric branding participants as deviant or dangerous, moral panic, and the coordinated campaigns designed to silence and exclude. Nearly done. This necessitates recognizing online hate speech not merely as offensive language, but as technology of power maintaining structural inequalities. In religious contexts, hate speech operates through moral vocabularies, confirming legitimacy or masking its function. So, to conclude, for Muslim women engaging in religious activism within South African contexts, these dynamics require sophisticated navigation strategies, building supportive communities, developing individual and collective resilience mechanisms, and creating protected spaces become imperative. The costs of digital visibility, including harassment, exclusion, potential violence, all of which we experience, must be acknowledged and addressed through concrete protective measures rather than minimized through optimistic assumptions about digital democratization. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the extra time.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for such an eloquent presentation. Please, let's clap for her again. How digital spaces can be used to promote and bridge the gap of inequality, especially within religious institutions. We know that we are in a digital age, and the experience that she has given here with the participation of Islam community through local radio discussions can be furthered actually. And we know media can also be used for intimidation, but instead can also be used to empower, especially the marginalized. Thank you so much. I don't know whether we go back to the first presenter. Is he? Can I be guided? The first presenter is still there? To the questions. She's still online? Or she's not online? Okay. So let's open the forum for questions. Our able sister, please, you can guide on that. Questions.
So the palaver is open. First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Nyaga, and thank you very much, the two presenters. It was excellent this afternoon. We heard you very well, and it woke up to be attentive. So we are now open for questions. We'll take first 3, and we are only going to have 10 minutes for that. And 10 minutes because we missed a presentation. So any reaction, or even those online, please. Any reaction from what we have heard? It's an afternoon, so we have heard a lot. Yes, both from lunch and you can imagine. Any reaction? We had a good presentation from Professor Maura.
Allow me to start. I have a question for Professor Maura here. From a presentation on the role of this circle. In fact, she mentioned about one of the approaches is to critique double colonization. Maybe she could elaborate what that means, that double colonization, so that because what I think the question of gender did not come with the colonialism. We know also in our African societies we had gender issues, even question of inequalities. So we can now talk about it from point of view of that double colonization, or do you want to say that question of inequalities, gender inequalities came with colonialism because it is one of their approaches.
Thank you very much for that question. Is there another question? I would also like to pose a question to Professor Mwaura, at least to encourage you people also to pose a question. I mean, it's a clarification maybe. When you talked about African women theologians being founders or a guru on that, how can you encourage the upcoming young theologians? How can you encourage the upcoming young theologians? And at the same time, what are the opportunities? You know, the young theologians, young people want opportunities first. I don't know what drove you to that, but young people are driven by opportunity. What will I gain? Where will I reach with this that I want to engage myself in within African Theologian Circle? Thank you.
Thank you. My question is going to our presenter here was talking about the theologian, where she mentioned about the objectives to be the voice of the voiceless women. Did you put any program for the women who have been left behind and who have not got the chance to access these sessions? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. You are young.
Online? Father, you saying there's a question online?
Yeah, there's a question online. I'm coming to it.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And you are very young and you really want to ask that question. You took a lot of courage. The person online.
Yes, thank you. My question is directed to Cherry Muslim. It's my pleasure when I am talking to. It's always lovely to hear from her. Thank you for your today's presentations and many other presenters of this afternoon session. My question concerns the ongoing scenario that has been presented on the xenophobic kind of that we hear on social media. Probably for you are based on South Africa. You could be able to tell us briefly how is that experience affecting the Muslim community and the women in particular at the moment? I thank you.
Thank you very much. We take another one, then we have the answers.
Thank you. My question goes to Professor Mwaura, and I missed part of your presentation, so I'm sorry. But my question stems from what the moderator spoke about. So when we talk about even the patriarchal system that we have, most of it, existed pre-colonial. And so my question will be, as women challenge these systems, how do you balance respect, for example? Because we see that most of our system, be it, church or spiritual or faith system or even cultural or family, the issue of respect is very delicate. And so where, women supposed to be submissive and all that. So how do we balance, the subject of respect when it comes to challenging of these norms and these systems within the faith formation?
Yeah, thank you very much. Now we can ask the people address the question to respond.
Thank you, sister. Thank you, moderator. And thank you all for the questions. The first question is on clarification about double oppression. Actually, the double oppression here meant colonization, which was patriarchal. It wasn't egalitarian, the approach or the structure of colonial structures. And the other oppression is the patriarchal oppression within our own patriarchal societies. So that is the double colonization. So one reinforces the other, and so it becomes quite harmful to the women and the men. And it's not just women who are victims of patriarchy. Even men, not all men have power because they are men. Men are also, the women actually fight for, let me not use the word fight. They advocate for justice for men, women and other vulnerable groups include, and I've mentioned that, vulnerable men, children, people with disabilities. We've been talking about migrants, and we now have so many groups that are marginalized in society by various forces. So that was the meaning of double colonization. Now, how do we encourage young people, young theologians? The circle is open to all women, actually, and they don't have to be academicians. But those who have the capacity to do research and write are those who are in the academy or those who are in ministry and have been trained in this manner, have been exposed to this, or have the requisite education and skills and knowledge that facilitates them to be able to do this. Though that doesn't mean that because you don't have a master's degree, you can't write. Everybody can write. So every woman reflects, whether they are ordinary members of the church, whether they are in whichever religion, because the circle is also multi-faith. But I was emphasizing more on Christianity because that's where I'm coming from. But the circle is multi-faith as well. So everyone is welcome who is interested in becoming a member of the circle. And the Kenya chapter secretary is here, Dr. Venerable Scholar. Please wave in case they are candidates for membership. So anyone who wants to become a member of the circle, Kenya's chapter circle, the circle Kenya chapter, please see Dr. Venerable Scholar for that. But it is open to everybody. And everyone is, the reflection can also be in form of poem, in form of song. And that's why we are saying even proverbs, songs, these are also expressions of African women's experiences and material for theological reflection. Yeah. And objectives. A program for those, the voice, it is a voice for the voiceless. And the voiceless is not just the women at the grassroots, because when it was formed, it focused on women. But now it has opened itself up for men as well. So men can join women in reflecting on these issues, because even as they affect women, they also affect men. And liberation, what the circle advocates is for liberation of all, men, women, communities, even it extends to creation, a relationship of women and nature, or humanity and nature as well, yes. So it is in that sense that it is a voice of the voiceless. But like I have said, depending on where in this country, whether it is the Kenya chapter, St. Paul's University chapter, or any other institution's chapter, maybe Kwea has a chapter, KU used to have a chapter, and Moi University and other places. So they design for themselves activities that will reach to communities, the grassroots communities. St. Paul's, I saw they did research on gender-based violence, how it affects women in the church, in the communities. And women actually wrote their own experiences, which were captured in these in booklets. I even have a copy of that booklet, and it is also on sale. So there has also been advocacy targeting issues like the gender-based violence, HIV and AIDS, Others are focusing on HIV and AIDS. There's also collaboration with other like-minded institutions and organizations. And so the impact is there, yes. It is not an intellectual, in Kenya we like to distinguish women between grassroots women and elite women. The circle bridges the gap. Yeah, it bridges the gap. So the opportunities are there, yes, and here we have our secretary. Yeah, patriarchal system. Yeah, the issue of patriarchal system, women challenging the system, how do you balance with respect? I don't know what to say. Because when you say submissive, are you talking of African culture or are you talking about submission in the scriptures? In Ephesians, as it is depicted in Ephesians? Because that is also contestable, It is also not as black and white as it appears, because there are biblical scholars who even argue that St. Paul didn't write that text. Maybe it was a result of interpolation, a copyist making a commentary on the text and then the next copyist included it in the text. Otherwise, St. Paul, from what we see in Galatians 3:28, he was an advocate for equality. He talked about there being no male or female in Christ Jesus, slave or free, Gentile or Greek. Greek or Gentile? Greek or Jew or Gentile, yeah. Jews or Gentiles. So it has been a contested text, yeah. But the submission if you go further within Ephesians, it talks about submitting one another to Christ. And husbands are called to die. Like Christ, to love the wife as Christ loved the church and died for the. So who is submitting to who? So it's not actually about domination and subordination, submission and another one forcing another one to submit. Yeah. So I think there has been an interpretation of this text. But the kind of gender justice that Sako is talking about, and this kind of theology, whether it is feminist theology, then the Sako is a feminist theology, and all these movements that advocate for justice, they're advocating for respect for one another, caring for one another. Gender justice is about, and this is the kind of equality, and equity comes before equality. Yes.
Thank you very much, Pro. Can you go to Muslim? Muslim, can you be able to respond to a question that was directed to you? For a minute more.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Valerius, for your question. I appreciate it, even though it's not connected to my presentation. So my answer is neither definitive nor informed. So this is really my opinion. And obviously what is happening now in South Africa is quite insidious, and I also see it as quite genocidal in terms of what's happening to the foreigners who are here in South Africa, and to a large extent parallels what Trump is doing in the US, and with all the foreigners, or foreigners in the in inverted commas. So in terms of it, how it's affecting the Muslim woman in particular, or affecting them in particular, I'll give you an example. Just a couple of kilometers from my home, there is a park between a community hall and a mosque, where there have been large marquees set up, and I drove past there on Wednesday afternoon, and there must have been at least 3,500 people who were congregating there. And actually a member of TIP, a friend and member of TIP, sent messages to us and said, all the people there are Malawians. Now, not all, but a large majority of the Malawians are Muslim. And if you consider there are 3,500 people in a very small space, what does that mean in terms of the men and women who are being accommodated in this space? So day in, day out, a lack of water, lack of ablutions, toilets, etc. So in terms of affecting the women in particular, for me, it kind of relates to safety and security when you are now together with 3,000 people. It's also about looking after the children and looking after yourselves. It's if it's even possible, whether you are able to get to work, for example. Our gardener is Malawi. He was arrested yesterday morning. So what does that mean if he has a wife who is at home, right? So as I said, I do not have a definitive answer. What does it mean for the woman? I think in many ways this is affecting everybody. It's affecting communities at large. Everybody is struggling who is affected by these xenophobic attacks. I personally have not heard anything about Muslim women in particular. I think everybody is struggling under what is happening with these xenophobic attacks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's clap for our presenters this afternoon. I think they have presented very well. This is a very controversial topic. The issue of gender, you know that it is very elusive and it's a continuous discussion. But I like Prof when he's saying that gender is not about inequality of women, even men are included. I like that. And now there is a lot of emphasis on girl child. The boy child is left at the periphery. So now next time, the next presentation, there will be also inequality to do with the men. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, let's clap for all of us again, and then we end this session. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sande-san.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nyaga. We also clap for Mr. Nyaga and the panelist he had. Thank you, Mr. Nyaga, for being the moderator. Thank you very much. You kept a good time. Thank you. Now we are going to the fourth session, and this session will be led by Dr. Newton Kahumbi. It's religion, knowledge, production, and epistemic power dynamics. This will be led by Dr. Newton Kahumbi. Would like to welcome here to the platform, Daktari. Dr. Kahumbi Maina is a senior lecturer in the Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies at Kenyatta University, Nairobi, Kenya, and a visiting lecturer at Tangaza University, Karen, in the Institute of Interreligious Dialogue and Islamic Studies, Idris. He holds both Masters of Art and a Doctor of Philosophy in Islamic Studies from Kenyatta University. His academic and research interests include Islamic studies, Christian-Muslim relation, religion, society, gender studies, peace building, and culture. As a scholar, his work focuses on the intersection of religion, social transformation, interfaith engagement, development, and peace building in Africa. He has published extensively in peer-reviewed journals, contributing significantly to the scholarship on Islam, Christian-Muslim relations, religious freedom, development, and contemporary social issues. His recent publication includes studies on digital health and maternal care among Somali Muslim refugee women in Kenya, undertaken through collaborative research involving Kenyatta University and Newcastle University in UK. Among his notable works are the Some Aspect of the Status of Christian-Muslim Dialogue in Kenya 2024, Crop Diseases, Pest and Food Insecurity in Africa, An Islamic Perspective 2024, Role of Islam Network in Peace Building and Development in Kenya, and the War on Terror 2023, and Family Planning as a determining factor in preference to traditional birth attendance among the Somali community in Durban University, Refugees Camp, Kenya. Earlier publication addresses themes such as religious freedom, Islamic history, and history of Christian-Muslim relation in Kenya. He is actively involved in research, teaching, mentorship, and interreligious dialogue, both national and international. Dr. Kahumbi, we are very excited to hear most of your research you have done among the Muslim women and the Muslim community. And I believe you are a Christian. I'm sure you are going to share with us very, very rich experience. Karibu sana daktari.
Thank you, Sister Jane. Good afternoon. I'll be a bit unorthodox. I want us to stand. We have been seated for about almost an hour. And this is after lunch. And I was a victim of that also. So I was seated there being a victim of the circumstances. I realized quite a number of us were off. And just right to bed to your left like this. Left. Not yet. Left. Okay. Straight on. To the light. Okay. Clap for yourself. Let's take our seats. I'm not a PE trainer, but I do it a lot. I do welcome you to, I think this should be the last session. Yeah. The session that has Sister Jane has mentioned, and she did not say that she was my student. I interacted with her, and she's quite dynamic. Thank you, Sister Jane. Without much ado, let me introduce us to the people who are going to present this afternoon. And I also do welcome the online presenters and viewers. Welcome. We'll start with Father Innocent H. Maganya. Oh, karibu. Thank you. Welcome. Then he'll be followed by Lorraine Matthew. Don't know whether Lorraine is here or she's participating online. Or she's online. She's from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And the last presenter will be Elena Esposito. I don't know whether she's here or she's online. She's online. Okay. Let me just say something brief about Father Innocent. Father Innocent Maganya is a lecturer at Tangaza University since 2011. He was a licentiate in missiology from Gregorian University in Rome. He is a PhD candidate for security and sustainable peace at Tangaza University College. He was head of Mission and Islamic Studies 2016 to 2019. He was director of the Institute of Interreligious Dialogue and Islamic Studies, ILDIS, from 2019 to 2023. Father Maganya is a member of the Network for Religious and Traditional Peacemakers and a member of the European Academy of Religion. He also chairs the biennial International Conference on Fratelli Tutti and a member of the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops Commission for Interreligious Dialogue and Ecumenism, and a member of the International Ecumenical Movement, Kenya Chapter. Father Maganya is also a member of International Ecumenical Movement, Kenya Chapter, and currently he is the Director of Institutional Advancement and Development Office at Tangaza University. In 2020, Father Maganya was awarded the title of Ambassador for Peace by the Universal Peace Federation for his involvement in interreligious dialogue for peace and social cohesion. His area of interest is the role of religion in society. So I do welcome Father Innocent to give us a presentation on the topic, Interpreting African Religion in Western Scholarship, Epistemic Power, Representation, and Inequality. Welcome, Father.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaumbi, for those kind remarks. We are just the last panel. I hope you are still awake and still interested as we continue on with our conference. So, as an introduction, the main argument of this paper is that Western academic frameworks shaped by colonial histories, Christian normativity, and Enlightenment epistemologies have systematically mischaracterized African religion as primitive, irrational, or merely cultural rather than fully religious system. Such representations have not only distorted scholarly understanding, but have also contributed to broader hierarchies of religious legitimacy that privilege Western religious forms. The paper highlights emerging corrective approaches, including indigenous epistemologies and decolonial methodologies that seek to reframe African religion as dynamic, philosophical, and historically grounded. It advocates for epistemic justice in the academic study of religion through pluriversal frameworks that recognize African religious traditions as equal participants in global religious discourse. John Beattie argues that early anthropological and missionary accounts frequently portrayed African religion as underdeveloped, superstitious, or lacking coherence, thereby positioning them outside the category of world religions. Such representations were not only merely descriptive, but were embedded with broader colonial and intellectual projects that sought to legitimize European cultural and religious superiority, as Mudimbe argues. The Western academic frameworks, rooted in colonial histories, Christian theological assumptions, and Enlightenment rationality, have actually produced and sustained epistemic inequality in the study of African religion. These frameworks established normative criteria for what constitutes religion, often privileging textuality, institutional structure, and doctrinal systems, while marginalizing oral, symbolic, and experiential dimensions central to many African traditions. The significance of critically examining African religion within global religious discourse lies in the need to challenge these entrenched hierarchies and to resituate African religious traditions as legitimate, complex, and philosophically rich systems of thought. De Souza argues that such a re-evaluation contributes not only to the decolonization of religious studies, but also to broader efforts towards epistemic justice and inclusivity in knowledge production. Historical and epistemic foundations. The misrepresentation of African religion cannot be understood apart from the historical context of colonialism, which fundamentally shaped the production of knowledge about Africa. Colonial administrators missionaries, and early anthropologists often interpreted African belief systems through Eurocentric lenses, thereby constructing knowledge that reinforced colonial domination. Actually, Mudimbe has 2 books, The Reinvention of Africa and Ideal of Africa. These knowledge systems were institutionalized within Western academia, perpetuating asymmetrical power relations between European scholars and African subjects. Additionally, Enlightenment epistemologies contributed to narrowing the definition of religion by emphasizing rationality, universality, and textual authority. As Tatal Assad argues, the modern concept of religion is historically contingent and deeply rooted in Western intellectual traditions. These assumptions excluded many African religious expressions that are embedded in communal practices, oral traditions, and lived experience rather than formal doctrines or sacred texts. Furthermore, Western intellectual traditions have historically constructed Africa as the other, a space of alterity defined in opposition to European modernity. This process of othering is well articulated by Edward Said, whose analysis of Orientalism can be extended to Africa, where knowledge production often served to exotize and marginalize non-Western cultures. In this context, African religion was framed as a relic of a primitive past rather than as a dynamic and evolving system. Misrepresentation of African religion. So within this Eurocentric epistemic framework, African religion has frequently been characterized in reductive, derogative, and pejorative terms. Early evolutionary theorists such as Taylor, well known, described African religious practices as animism, positioning them at the lowest stage of religious development. When you see the ladder, African religion is at the bottom, and monotheistic religions are up at the top. Such classifications reinforce the notion that African religion was primitive, irrational, lacking the sophistication associated with so-called higher religions. As John Beattie notes, African religions were often reduced to rituals, myths, and customs without recognition of their underlying philosophical coherence or theological depth. This reductionism ignored the complex metaphysical concepts present in many African traditions, including the notion of God, morality, and the nature of existence. So the denial of philosophical depth in African religions reflects a broader marginalization of African intellectual traditions. Scholars such as Kwame Gyeke and Magesa in 2010, we have African religion in dialogue debate, from tolerance to coexistence. They have challenged this view by demonstrating the rich ethical and metaphysical systems embedded within African worldview. So despite such contributions, Western scholarship has often continued to privilege written philosophical traditions over oral and performative modes of knowledge. Epistemic power and knowledge production. I think it was also alluded to this morning. The question of who produces knowledge about African religion is central to understanding the persistence of epistemic inequality within religious studies. As Mudimbe and Ranger argue, historically the academic study of African religious traditions has been dominated by Western scholars, missionaries, anthropologists, whose interpretations were shaped by external epistemological frameworks and institutional priorities. This asymmetry in authorship has resulted in a disproportionate authority being granted to Western voices, often at the expense of indigenous perspectives and interpretative autonomy. The imbalance of epistemic power is further reinforced by the structural dominance of Western academic institutions, including universities, publishing houses, and research funding bodies. I would say not only Western academic institutions, but even African academic institutions modeled or patterned on Western academic institutions. These institutions function as gatekeepers of legitimate knowledge, determining which methodologies, languages, and theoretical frameworks are recognized as authoritative. If you write a paper and you don't quote Western scholars, sometimes you may find it difficult to prove your argument. Consequently, African scholars and indigenous knowledge systems are frequently marginalized or required to conform to Western paradigms in order to gain academic legitimacy. This dynamic reflects what Bonaventura de Souza Santos describes as epistemicide, the systemic erasure or devaluation of non-Western knowledge systems. In the context of African religion, epistemicide manifests in the exclusion of oral traditions, ritual practices, and embodied forms of knowing from scholarly discourse. Such exclusions not only distort the representation of African religion, but also perpetuate global hierarchies of knowledge that privilege Western epistemologies. A mechanism of representation. This paper presents three mechanisms through which African religion was misrepresented. 1, through classificatory practices. 2, terminological choices. And 3, methodological assumptions. Categories such as religion, myth, magic, and ritual are not neutral descriptors, but are historical and culturally situated constructs that reflect Western intellectual traditions. When applied to African context, these categories often fail to capture the holistic and integrated nature of African worldviews, where distinctions between sacred and secular, religion and culture are not rigidly maintained. Thus, the book of Laurenti Magesa, What is Not Sacred? African Spirituality. Terminological choices. Language plays a critical role in shaping perceptions of African religion. Terms such as animist, fetish, primitive religion have historically been employed to describe African belief systems, often carrying pejorative connotations that reinforce notions of inferiority and irrationality. These terminologies are not merely descriptive, as we said, but are embedded with a broader discourse of colonial power and cultural hierarchy. What about methodological assumptions? Methodological biases within Western scholarship have also played a significant role in the misrepresentation of African religion. A key issue is the privileging of written text as the primary source of religious authority and knowledge. This preference disadvantages African traditions, which are largely transmitted through oral, performative, and embodied practices. As a result, the absence of canonical scriptures has often been is interpreted as a lack of intellectual or theological depth. These methodological limitations contribute to the exclusion of experiential and spiritual knowledge, which are central to many African epistemologies. as Linda Tuhiwai argues, decolonizing methodologies require a fundamental rethinking of research practices to accommodate diverse ways of knowing. There's not only one form of knowing. In the study of African religion, this entails recognizing the validity of oral traditions, communal practices, and lived experiences as legitimate source of knowledge. Actually, I have two colleagues in the PhD who are working on indigenous knowledge, epistemological theories. What are the consequences? This religious and epistemic inequality. The misrepresentation of African religion within Western scholarship has far-reaching consequences, particularly in the production of religious and epistemic inequality. One of the most significant outcomes is the creation of hierarchical frameworks of religious legitimacy in which certain traditions are recognized as world religions, while others are relegated to the status of folklore, culture, or superstition. These hierarchies are not neutral classification, but reflect these embedded historical and ideological biases. By framing African religion as inferior or pre-rational, Western scholarship has contributed to internalize forms of epistemic subordination where African communities may come to devaluate their own religious traditions. And actually, Laurenti Magesa argues that the worst is that Africans themselves have internalized this misinterpretation of their own religious tradition in the Western scholarship. This process aligns with what Ngugi wa Thiong'o describes as the colonization of mind, whereby cultural and intellectual domination reshapes self-perception and identity. And Mugambi used to say, we have to write our own history. What informed this paper are the theoretical frameworks are the post-colonial theory, I'm not going into details, the decolonial thought, and the comparative study of religion. Now, there are emerging corrective approaches to this. In response to the enduring misrepresentation of African religion within Western scholarship, a growing body of literature has advanced corrective approaches that seek to reconfigure both the epistemological foundations and methodological practices of religious studies. Central to these efforts is the increasing recognition of indigenous epistemologies as legitimate and indispensable sources of knowledge. If you go to, you Google Ubuntu, Ubuntu is now being used in many fields as a theory, as a theory, mainly by non-Africans and less by Africans themselves. Indigenous African ways of knowing, rooted in oral traditions, communal practices, spirituality, and lived experience, challenge the hegemony of Western rationalist and text-centered paradigms. As a conclusion, we advocate for an epistemic justice. The pursuit of epistemic justice in the study of African religion requires a sustained commitment to transforming the structures and assumptions that govern knowledge production. At its core, epistemic justice entails the equitable recognition of diverse knowledge systems and the dismantling of hierarchies that privilege certain epistemologies over others. In this context, it involves acknowledging African religious traditions as legitimate and authoritative sources of knowledge rather than as objects of external interpretation. So in reaffirming the need for epistemic transformation, this study underscores the importance of moving beyond Eurocentric frameworks towards more inclusive and plural approaches to the study of religion. Such transformation requires not only the critique of existing paradigms, but also the active incorporation of indigenous epistemologies and recognition of African religious traditions as complex, dynamic, and philosophically rich systems. Ultimately, the call for epistemic justice is a call for reimagining of academic practice itself. It demands the creation of scholarly frameworks that are inclusive, dialogical, and attentive to the diversity of human experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Innocent, for that very, very good paper, good presentation. Of course, at the beginning, people might have been wondering, what is this epistemology? But at the end of it all, I think we have understood that we are talking about knowledge systems in the study of African region. I will start to be guided, but I think, hey, let's give him a better clap. Sister Jane, I think we do the presentations and then, okay. In the meantime, if you have questions or remarks for the Innocent's presentation, you can just reserve them until we have the next two presenters. Our next presenter is Elena Esposito. I hope I'm pronouncing that word. That's supposed to be pronounced that way. Elena Esposito holds an MA in, by the way, is she on? She is, eh? Yeah. Oh, thank you. You have a rich bio, and probably I just read a few because of time. Elena Esposito holds an MA in modern philology with a specialization in historical sciences from the Catholic University in Milan, and her thesis focuses on the Catholic journalist and feminist Eriza Salen. I'm supposed to be having my reading glasses, but I forgot them. And the presence of women in religious studies. Academic training is based on historical research, especially through archives, with a focus on the history of women's movements, changes in the church, and new methodological paths. In particular, the post-colonial and decolonial approaches and intersectional lens. She also obtained a diploma on the topic of women and the church from the Regina Apostolare University in Rome, where she engaged in international academic exchanges on the issues regarding the presence of women in the Catholic Church, the outcomes of the last synod, and future in addition, she undertook specialized training in the use of context, sources, and methods for critical historical research and discussion of religion, and so forth and so on. We can read it in our booklet here. Sorry, I'm struggling to read, and I don't want to burden for the Innocent now that he has just come from presentation there. But we can read it there. She has done a lot. It's a rich resume. So let me welcome Elena Esposito on the topic Bodies in the Making, Religion as a Power of Coloniality and Liberation in the Contestation of African People. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. This is a great for challenging me in my point of view, in my experience, and to broaden my horizon and to see everything with open eyes and arms. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena, for that incisive exposition. And it almost gelled very well with the last paper in regard to what you are referring to as epistemic justice, although lighting now from a Eurocentric perspective, but it goes very well with what Father Innocent presented. I'm sorry that I skipped Lauren Matthew from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. She ought to have come immediately after Father Innocent. But I blame myself for not carrying my specs. I didn't see it, I'm just seeing it now. So I'll be forgiven, I believe. So for this evening, in terms of presentations, let's give another hearty clap for Elena Esposito. Another one. And then if you have comments or questions, just hold them until we get the last presentation of the day, of this session rather. This is, and I think she's online, virtual again. Lauren Matthew, are you with us? Yes. Thank you. From the University of KwaZulu-Natal. She's currently a PhD candidate and contract lecturer at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, in which they specialize in decolonial and queer approaches to sociology of religion and systematic theology. Lauren is also an ordained minister within the Methodist Church of Southern Africa, in which she is a member of the Gender Justice Task Team within the office of the presiding bishop. Outside of the church and academy, Lauren is also the chairperson of Inclusive and Affirming Ministers, a non-government organization that advocates for LGBTQ AQ rights and inclusion in Africa through critical engagement with faith spaces, civil society, and grassroots communities. Can you put your hands together for Lorraine? Welcome, and let's know about your topic.
These are really important because even though we don't often see it as obvious classifications within religion, they are there lurking within the infrastructure of religious discourse.
Lauren, you could summarize
There are
now.
some criticisms to this. So David Chittister is one of those who criticizes how colonized people were determined within this hierarchical system. Tomoko Masuzua also talks about how colonial superiority is reproduced within the world religious paradigms. So does Talal Assad, and Father Innocent mentioned that a lot. And so does Mallory Nye, who also gives a case to decolonizing the study of religion in itself.
Could you conclude?
The effect that this has, this hierarchical categorization that mobilizes religious discourse or religious sociological discourses about religious practice, the effect that it has is that it annihilates the people, it annihilates the world views of people through ontological destructions, which is what Zongo talks about in the decolonizing of the mind, right? Through epistemological decapitation, which Ndovu Kachene talks. In the intellectual side of conversation about religion and religious discourse, right? But David Chittister points out that this is religion and religious discourse, right? But David Chittister points out that this is primarily written on the body. So he says, from his 2005 work, as a material site, malleable substance, and a shifting field of relations, the body is situated at the center of the production and the consumption of religion. So what does he mean here, and how does it relate to those particular hierarchical structures? Now, Charlene van der Walt, who's a queer scholar, part of the circle of concerned women theologians, and a very critical hermeneutical contributor to, a decolonial hermeneutical contributor to biblical interpretation, says this, that our stories and our bodies are sacred texts. The most significant way to instill fear is to destabilize and violate the body. So, in the colonial production of the religious discourse, the African body Now, this is particularly important for Black women's bodies, because Black women's bodies become a tool that is often used to reinforce colonial ideas of the hypersexualized, the unintelligent, and the irrational, the prone to emotions. Along with this comes the imposition of the male-female Western binary, which is used as a tool to centralize Western colonial social norms.
Hello, Lauren. Could you please, 1 minute, just summarize, if you don't mind?
Sure. That's fine. Right? But anyway, right? That has been affected onto Africa, we can refrain or begin to undo the demonizing of African religions and ontologies, and we can begin to reclaim African religious knowledge, both within African traditional religion, but also within the gift of African Christianities and African expressions of Islam. In doing so, we get to reclaim the text, reclaim our history, and rewrite our theology.
Thank you so much. Let's give her a clap. Well, sometimes you have to contend with she's very far, she's away, and She was not getting my communication, but I'm sure you have enjoyed the paper also. The presentation was excellent. It was very good. And these 3 presentations have got, of course, the same theme. Sister Jenny, you'll guide me on how much time we have for question answer, so that I know time is well spent. 7 minutes. Okay, and be specific and address the question or the query to the presenter.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kahumbi. And direct, and the question is a question. What you really want to ask, not what you'd have loved to know.
Thank you. Thank you. Direct. I have a question for Father Maganya there. It's a very general question, Father. You are interpreting African religion in Western scholarship. Why Western scholarship? Because most of the time, I'm talking also from my perspective as an African. When we try to write our own philosophy, our own religion, we have always to say what they have done to us. So it's like also we lament a lot. I'm just putting in a general. So why can't we have another approach? Approach of not seeing what they have, how they have criticized our traditions, how they have said that we are irrational, we are primitive. Now, why don't we prove how we are not that without even pointing finger at them?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nyaga. Another one? Another question? Father Maganya is with us here. The other 2 presenters up there. Okay, in the meantime, Father Maganya, we can be able to respond to Mr. Nyaga.
Thank you very much. I think at the end of the paper I was talking about emerging corrective approaches, and we are talking about indigenous epistemologies, where now we speak about ourselves, not vis-a-vis what others have said about us. But we situate ourselves in a decolonial project, and we have to admit the harm that colonization did to the African mind. Unless we acknowledge that, we continue to reproduce the same framework. That's why we have to begin from there. We have to begin from there. And that's what Ngugi wa Thiong'o calls decolonizing the mind. And Laurenti Magesa will say debunking. Yeah? So we have to acknowledge that. And it's not an easy, we keep on reproducing the same model and the same pattern. So the first process is to acknowledge what has been written, what has been said, and we have internalized that as a truth, as a reality. But what you are advocating is the other way around. Yeah? Actually, we said, okay, so let us now, instead of others talking about us, let us now talk about ourselves. Okay? In the line also of what Lorraine is saying. That's the reality. When I teach African theology, I say that's where we begin. And the student, no, we are not. But at the end, they recognize that really they know little about themselves because we have internalized these. And then when I teach African religion, I start by deconstructing all these so that we start now building up something new and in a positive way where we are talking.
Thank you. Just give a clap to Father. He has really responded very, very well. And thank you very much. Any other question that's coming up? If not, I would like to make a comment and to thank Rorin and Raura how they have contributed about the body, the making of the body. She said that when she comes to Kenya or to Africa, she's an expert. But when I go to Europe, I'm a migrant. That made me think, and really what you said, it's how we are seen as migrants there as a problem. But when you come to Africa, we see you have brought something and you are really the person. Actually, we see you rich. So that is something, a mentality, what Father Innocent has just concluded, decolonization of the mind. So when we go to Europe, we should not even see ourselves as migrants. We should see ourselves as experts. There are a lot of experts in Europe, theologians. Really, I'm working with over 1,500 theologians. Most of them, half of them are in Europe, contributing a lot. But of course, maybe they are seen as migrants, but let us go with the mind that we are going to contribute. And that's why I say, go when you know you are going to contribute, but not when you go, you are going to become a burden, be looked a refugee and a migrant. And you, when you are coming, come with your riches, not to see as beggars, see as your brothers and sisters. Thank you very much. I loved your presentations, both of you. Excellent. Give them a clap while they're there. So is there another question before we move to another level of what you are doing this evening? Online, there's the hand online, please. Oh, they're appreciating. Seems there is no hand from the online, but thank you very much. So we thank the two presenters and Father Innocent, but that's not my job, it's the moderator's job.
Yes, you have taken over my job. Thank you, Sister Jane, for that. Let's once again appreciate the three presenters this afternoon. Okay, clap for me if I led you well.
Thank you very much, my lecturer, my teacher. And for that nice moderation, I didn't know you are very patient. That time you were not patient with me in class. And thank you, Father Innocent. He was harassing me, but just have a seat the other side. Now we invite the next person. Thank you very much, Dr. Kahumbi. Now we are going to invite Dr. Zachary Samita, who is going to lead us to the way forward and the closing remark of this event. Dr. Samita, I'm so happy to see you. The last time I saw you is almost 10 years. He is a PhD, he's a long-serving faculty member and the former chair in the Department of Philosophy and Religious Study, School of Law, Art and Social Science, and former founder of Director Kericho Campus, Kenyatta University. He currently chairs in a department, the board of the Board of Postgraduate Studies. Prior to attaining his PhD, he was the first winner of International Graduate Rehearsal Fellow, Concordia Seminary, St. Louis, Missouri, in US. That was many years ago, September 30th, 2000. And awarded a certificate of recognition addressing contemporary issues within the historical Christian faith. His research interests mentorship of postgraduate students, wide publications, and teaching in majorly from an interdisciplinary approach to African culture and African Christian studies, ecumenical studies, ecumenical and interfaith reality. He also trained with Haggai International in Singapore, not Nairobi, Singapore, in Singapore, in 1998. And he serves as a leader of Haggai in Kenya, as one of the faculty members. The rest you read from the booklet. Dr. Samita, thank you very much for being with us this afternoon, this evening. Karibu sana. And yours is only 10 to 15 minutes there, even less than. Thank you.
Good evening. Is it good afternoon, evening? I think sometimes the difference is very blurred. woe unto you if you are the last speaker and people must go. But I'll try to be as brief as possible because I'm just sharing. I'd wanted it to be interactive, but I don't think it will be possible because of the time limits. Are you able to share the screen for me? Is it the one? All right. So I want to thank everybody. We thank our presenters. We thank the organizers, Tangaza University. I'm not giving a vote of thanks, but I'm just saying we are very grateful that all of us had something to contribute to the success of this conference. Our theme has been ambivalence of faith in Africa, focusing on power, knowledge, and gender dynamics. And it reminds me of, next slide. It reminds me of the words of one of our friends, Gary Terhar, in her book, Cockroaches, Rats, and People Like Us. In that book, she looks at religion as a double-edged sword. It kills, it heals, it empowers, and I think our conversations have been revolving around that. We are grateful for the opening remarks that were very, very, very challenging, very insightful from our Vice Chancellor, Professor Mwanya, and the keynote address from our very own Professor Mary Getui. Then we had 4 sessions. In the first session, we had religion and social cultural dynamics. We listened to the paper from Ilaria Makoni and Kolani Sakuba. I'll not read them because that's what we had in the morning. And then in the second session, we looked at religion and power dynamics, the colonial legacies. And Matteo Rovellini, Mpumelelo Moyo, and Evaristi Magoti took us through very, very interesting papers. In the third session, we had the Professor Philomena Mwaura and the Cherry Muslim, and I'm sure you still remember those very powerful discussions. Last but not least, in session 4, we've looked at religion, knowledge, production, and epistemic power dynamics. And we are grateful to Father Maganya and Laureni Matthew and Elena Esposito in their presentations. I just want to look at 7 areas that I consider to be our way forward. But before we look at that, this was under the auspices of VIRID and AFRARE. And our approach has been the virtual exchanges, and it has really worked very well because we had it blended. And I think this is very good. And our emphasis has also been religious Euro-African dialogue. So where do we go from here? I see the following as the core trajectories for the future of faith in Africa. One of the things that came out is the paradigm shift. We recognize that the center of global Christianity has shifted from the global south. That cannot be overemphasized. I think from the Western-centric colonial models, we are moving to a vibrant Africanist theology. This shift underlines the need for reflections that are tailored to local contextual realities and active engagement in pressing societal issues using relevant communication skills. This reminds me of the late Professor Okot Pipitek in his first book, African Religion in Western Scholarship. I think if he was to resurrect today, he would be very happy that now we are on the driver's seat trying to lead the conversations of African realities as African people. It reminds me of Michael Kirwen, a household name in Tangaza, and his passion about taking Africanist approaches in our studies. The other issue that I see forming our discussions is decolonization and profound formation. That as African scholars, researchers on religion, we need to read, to study and interpret scripture and define faith through our own contextual cultural worldviews. We must go beyond the quick fix kind of approaches like the prosperity gospel and invest in comprehensive programs and strategies that are very objective, that will be able to come up with profound findings. 3, it has emerged that as a way forward, we need to emphasize appropriate theologies and studies, the use of tools of theology and scholarship to generate grounded theories, to objectively understand and counter and critique religious extremism, violent theologies, cults, and address prosperity gospel, among others, by providing solid historic and theological religious foundations for contemporary people of faith in Africa, critiquing socio-cultural, economic, and political ambivalence. We've talked about the Shakahola, among many others. Many of you will remember even the restoration of the 10 Commandments, and the list is endless. So we need to come up with appropriate theologies that will be able to counter this. The issue of interfaith dialogue is critical, given the fast and vast evolving pluralistic religious landscape. Peaceful coexistence and interfaith dialogue are critical. Religious actors and scholars and researchers must transcend religious boundaries in order to enhance peace, cohesion, and also challenge religious labeling, religious stereotyping, and influence, particularly policy frameworks. I think we need to really be at the point where we'll push for policy change, policy frameworks, because if you don't deal with that, then the cycle continues. 5, I think we've also seen the need for holistic societal transformation, that faith must go beyond nominalism. It must push for integral socio-cultural, economic, and political development, bringing on board active engagement in landscape restoration, in climatic justice, besides promoting civic action and human rights. And then I think it became evident also from our presentations that we need safe spiritual spaces. I think we found that sometimes we find ourselves in very unsafe spiritual spaces. There should be keener focus on providing tangible answers to spiritual insecurity, because many Africans, like Professor Getui reminded us, in the words of our ancestor Mbiti, that Africans are religiously notorious, and therefore they attribute life events to supernatural causes. There is a need for local religious congregations to provide comprehensive pastoral care that addresses both material and spiritual needs. And we realize that religion is actually a very big capital and resource that can help us be able to address some of these challenges. Now, leaving no one behind. I think you're familiar with that phrase. I think we need to redirect our focus to the others. I remember Father Maganya talking about othering. The others, those that scholarly limelight has forgotten. And I think for us, we really need to focus on the issues of the youth, issues of the children, the differently abled, the challenged, We need to focus our religious studies, theological attention to them, and bring the full scale of their realities into attention. Now, you can clap because this is my last point. You can rejoice. There is a statement I used to be told when I was a young scholar, and that should be about 40 years ago, that publish or perish. And this has been emphasized so many times. And there is need to document and disseminate our findings, our reflections, through dynamic and enduring applications. I went somewhere and somebody was paraphrasing this verse that the harvest is plenty and the laborers are few. And he said, actually, it should be the harvest is online and the harvesters are offline. And I think if we are to talk to the majority of our audience today, then we have to be online. We must take advantage of the online devices of our time, and we are among the most blessed people because we are living at the apex of communication, advantaged communication devices. And as we do that, maybe learning from the past. When we were young, and that time we were being mentored by the likes of Professor Getui, we will be brought along in conferences, Itwot, Atiea, and the like. And we need to use existing, but also expand the frontiers of other collaborative forums and networks, some of which have been discussed today, like the Circle, and I'm glad the Circle leader is here. We have AASR, and now we have VERID, and we have the African Academy of Religion, which has brought us together today. And I just hope that we'll use these forums to push the agenda for the study of religion in a honest, in an objective way in the days that are ahead of us. Friends, I'm capable of, I'm a pastor, and pastors say finally many times, but I don't want to go beyond that. I want to thank you very much for listening to me. And sister, you don't need to say anything because I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Give him a very good clap. He summarized the day. Thank you very much, Dr. Samita. I give you 100%, not with the AI from myself. You really summarized very well. Thank you very much, Dr. Samita, for that. And now we come to another round of activity. This is a final one. Dr. Samita was a summary. This is the final one. Actually, according to the African culture, when somebody visits you, we always escort people to the gate. Sometimes if the bananas are ripe, you cut a banana plant for them to go with, or some fruits to carry. So we have a few fruits to give to our speakers as gifts. And now I would like to invite Sister Damaris, and also the person to do this is the host of the house. You cannot borrow another person from a neighboring house to give a gift to your people. So the host of the house is Professor Patrick Mwanya, is the one that is going to gift our speakers and our guests. So I would like to invite Professor Mwanya, and I'm sure you'll be happy to usher our guests. Thank you very much, Father Innocent, for reminding me that. I would like to ask Sister Damaris to give the gift for Dr. Shomalia Muhammad. I'm sure he's not around, but there's somebody from Dr. Shomali that will pick. Come and pick the gifts. It's a very beautiful African bag. Thank you for accepting to carry the gift for him. Thank you very much. I would like to invite Professor Mary Kitui. Thank you. I would like to also to invite Professor Philomena Mwaura. Thank you, Professor, even for accepting to come. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like also to invite Dr. Nalugala, Regional Nalugala. Is he around? Or maybe he has a class online. So this is his home, he'll be found. Mr. Anastasio Nyaga. Thank you very much. Thank you. Followed by Dr. Newton Kahumbi. And also Father Innocent Maganya. Give people, clap for them. They did quite a good job. It's not easy to get a gift. Yours will come. If you present, don't be jealous. Just clap for them. Don't be jealous. Clap for them. Yes, you get yours. I would like also to invite Dr. Daniel Kitonga, our DVC. Is he around? Dr. Daniel Kitonga. He's around. He's coming. In the meantime, we can also invite Dr. Zakaria Samita, who has done a very good job of summary. Yes, now your gift will come. Yes. Is Dr. Kitonga nearby? He has a class. Yeah, don't worry. We'll take the gift for him. So I would like to invite one of the students that's going to say the prayer, and he'll get the... Dr. Kitonga, I can see you. Come and get your gift. Before I carry it with me, he's behind them. Okay, I would like to invite Donald Peter. Is Donald Peter around? Donald Peter? Donald Peter, you get... Get a gift, and you're the one to say our final prayer. So we thank you in advance. Thank you. I also take this grand opportunity to ask Professor Mary Kitui to gift Professor Patrick Mwanya. Professor Mary Kitui to gift Dr. Patrick Mwanya. Yeah, change position. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Also, I'd like to, we have one person that has not said a word, but she'll also speak later. I would like to invite Dr. Scholar Wayua, Canon Scholar Wayua. And you see her with a collar. She's a Canon Scholar Wayua who loves Tangaza. She's a friend of Tangaza, and she's also the secretary of the Circle of African Women Theologians. So see her for registration with a little bit of money. And thank you very much, Dr. Scholar Wayua. Thank you very much. Now, Professor, have a seat. I would like to invite Dr. Scholar Wayua. She has some gifts also to gift. She is at St. Paul's University.
Good evening to the Vice Chancellor and all protocols observed. My name is Scholar and I'm a religious scholar. I teach at St. Paul's University, and by the grace of God, I also coordinate the Institute for Christian-Muslim Relations, Interreligious Dialogue, and Intercultural Dialogue at St. Paul's. I wanted to come a little bit earlier, but we had other visitors that I was charged to be with them for some time by the Vice Chancellor. And I want to bring greetings on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, who is a member of the Circle of the Concerned African Women Theologians, and one of our matriarchs, the Professor Esther Mombo, who was currently appointed as a substantial Vice Chancellor of St. Paul's University. Allow me, Sister Jen, to say that I have a special love for Tangaza University, and since 2017, we have been working together with Father Innocent, and even with the late Father Pires, who went to be with the Lord. And we have come here severally with my students, and we have learned a lot. Recently, I was here on Tuesday this week to deliver a lecture to the ongoing summer school here at Tangaza. So I am part of Tangaza by extension, although I belong to St. Paul's University. I want to say about, just to add what Professor Philomena Maura said about the circle. Yes, currently, by the grace of God, I am the coordinator for the Circle of the Concerned African Women Theologians, Kenya chapter. And I am proud to say that Professor Maura, Professor Mary, Professor Esther Mombo, among others, are our matriarchs. They led the way, and of course, we are writing about them. And we have what we call the rising stars. I am among the rising stars. So at least they mentor the rising stars, and now we lead them. You see, they are seated here, but when I call the meetings, I sit in front. By the grace of God, welcome. This, as you have heard, it belongs to all women. Sisters, karibuni sana. Reverends, students, welcome to the Circle of the Concerned African Women Theologians. And in 2029, we are having our continental conference, which probably would be at either Tanzania or South Africa. And we provide an opportunity for publishing. My first publication was enabled by the Circle. So welcome and God bless you. And as I was coming, just like Sister said, and I'm also a member of the PACTPAN. Yes, I'm a member of the PACTPAN and a contributor. So I want to bring greetings from St. Paul's. And of course, also in Africa, we don't go empty-handed. We also carry gifts. And so I have 3 gifts. Allow me to give 3 people to represent all of us. And the first person is Dr. Shomali. Kindly, yes. Yes.
Thank you.
No, we need a picture.
No.
Because I need a picture for evidence. From where? Allow me.
You can. give it to Dr. Shomali.
No, just, it's okay. I will say this is a representative of Dr. Shomali. For the purpose of audit. Yes, Prof, you can take me. Okay, thank you very much. And then the next person is the keynote speaker, Professor Mary Getue. Thank you. And the last is the owner of this house, Professor. Karibu, tuko kwako. Yes.
Karibuni.
Asante. Thank you. Come and see what we do at St. Paul's and greet Professor Mombo. Asante.
Thank you very much, Dr. Scholar. I would like now to invite Father Innocent. Tangaza Idris works very closely with the Harmony Institute. They pass here, they had other engagement, but they are students and they are people from their office who are here. So Father Innocent was tagged with some gifts to give to two people.
Oh, thank you, Sister Jane. This conference had also an interreligious connotation, and our friends for Harmony were here, and they have tasked me to gift our two most senior professors in the room. So the first one will be for Professor Mwaura from the Harmony Institute, who are also partners of Tangaza on their behalf. And the second one is for Professor Mary Getui. Harmony Institute, they are involved in interreligious dialogue, that is Harmony, but they have also the education, the Light Academy, who are our neighbors here. They have also a charity, Omeria Foundation. And I know that most of us have benefited in one way or another, in some kind of gift at major feast of the Muslim. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Father Innocent, soon Dr. Innocent. And you see now, schooling, education is very important. And being learned, you see we have gotten gifts. Now, that's what I mean. So I would like to invite Irara just to say a word to us before we close, and I give you just 1 minute, if you are there.
Yes, I'm here. I hope you can hear me and see me. I just congratulate all of you for this amazing conference you put together. Unfortunately, my heart is with you. I would have loved to go back to Kenya after now 5 years I left the country. But I know my heart is with you. Thank you very much, Sister Jane, Sister Damaris, and Father Innocent, and all of you for supporting this Euro-African dialogue. Thank you again, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Professor, and we miss you. Hope to see you soon. Now, I'd like to invite the person saying the final prayer. And before I say that, I know maybe I not have an opportunity. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Secretariat, to thank the people that did for us registration, and Sister Damaris and Father Innocent, that we are first in front of this organization to organize this event. And also we thank for the people that cooked for us. I'm seeing very beautiful faces. we ate very well. If you didn't eat very well, put up your hand. I'll know what to do with you. Then I'll give you a gift so that you can come. So thank you very much, Sister Damaris. Transfer our thanks and appreciation for that and for the whole Tangaza. Tangaza is home. And through your booklet, you have a lot of information about Tangaza. Each one of us is entitled to market Tangaza. Even if you're in KU, what you have seen today, you can tell them there's a Tangaza. So even if you're in the Catholic University, tell them there's a Tangaza from different universities. St. Paul just says Tangaza is not bad. We go with the beautiful bags. So you can tell them to come and be with us. So I would like to invite our prayer person for today.
May we please arise. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Eternal Rock of Ages, we thank you for the gift of this day. We thank you for the gift of this moment. We thank you for your presence from morning till this hour. We thank you for the organizers of this occasion. We ask you to bless them. We thank you for our presenters for the day. We ask that you bless them. We thank you for all who have patiently participated in this program. We ask for your blessings upon them. Despite our differences, we ask you, O God, to unite us. Thank you for the gift of faith. Thank you for the faith we have shared. Thank you for the knowledge. We are about to retire to our destinations. We ask that you journey with us. Give us the grace to announce your goodness by our lives. This we ask through Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much, Peter. The people online, thank you. And the speakers, your gift will be sent to you through somebody. Now we come to the end. We have a cup of tea. Please, please do not leave us with that tea. Tea is not water that we can put in the bottle. Please go and share this tea with us. Make sure you've taken your cup of tea and you have enjoyed the final tea for today at Tangaza University. Please do not leave the tea with us. Thank you very much for the day.
occasion of a one-day conference on interreligious conversations. We have had fruitful conversations about how religions should be able to come together, how interreligious dialogue is important to be able to foster peace among people, irrespective of religion and irrespective of where they come from. This conference that have been organized by collaborators from across the globe has been very, very enriching. We have had very many talks, very many papers, very many presentations given with the keynote speaker being Professor Mary Getui, and we are also graced by the presence of Professor Philomena Maura. These among scholars who are here, and we have been able to have a very good conversation around the theme of the ambivalence of faith in Africa, power, knowledge, and gender dynamics. That is what we've been discussing today. And it was really quite powerful, and especially the conversation around bringing about peaceful coexistence between religions, that people could have different faiths, people could profess different faiths, people could have different religious affiliations, but different faiths and different religious affiliation do not necessarily mean that people cannot coexist together, people cannot interact together, people cannot have conversations together. And this is a very critical topic, especially for an institution of higher learning like Tangaza University. Tangaza University has an institute of interreligious dialogue and Islamic studies, and through this institute we are able to bring and collaborate with different institutes within Africa and beyond, and especially those like ourselves who want to promote and foster interreligious interactions and coexistence. And it is under the auspices of IDIS, that is Institute of Interreligious Dialogue and Islamic Studies, that this conference has been organized, co-funded by the European Union. And even as Kenya prepares for elections next year, I think it is important that conversations like those which we have had today would also help us also to understand even how, as a nation, diverse cultures and communities, diverse religions, diverse even political affiliations, that they can still come together and live together and exist, coexist in peace. That is extremely, very, very important. And we thank God for this opportunity that has given us opportunity to be able to have conversations around peaceful coexistence between religions, but not only between religions, but between people of different nation, people of different religious affiliation, people of different tribes. And even in Kenya, it is equally very, very important. And we want to urge everyone to learn from the conference today and to take all the learnings that we have had today as very, very important to build our nation, to build our communities, and to build our society, including also the academic society. Thank you and most welcome.
Thanks, Professor.
It's been a very good day. We've had this conference which was focusing on ambivalence of faith. I think we have left strengthened because the challenge is on ourselves as people who adhere to faith and at the same time who are also challenged by the reality of the practice of this faith. In particular, I want to single out the place of power. I think what we need to realize is that there is a power greater than ourselves, who is God, and we are very grateful that there is nothing that we can do without God. But it also challenges us in our spiritual life, in our day-to-day lives, how we experience or how we exert power. We tend to have a negative attitude towards power because it has been oppressive sometimes. But what we have learned from this conference is that each one of us can be of influence wherever it is that we are as we work towards a better society. Thank you.